Welcome, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today. Please stay with us while our technical team is admitting participants behind the scene, and we will be beginning in few minutes. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, please.
Okay, so please you can start with the introduction, then we begin. We are
Sure.
5 minutes behind time.
Sure. Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, once again. It's such an honor to welcome you all to the first Forensic Science International Conference hosted by the Forensic Post. I'm Uzamaske, and my friends Lucy and Samuel are truly excited to be your moderator for these next 2 days. So let me take a moment to appreciate the significance of this gathering. Our team is bridging the gap, strengthening forensic science and developing reasons, which is just not the statement, but it's a purpose. So today we are here because we believe that forensic science is the universal tool for justice, truth, and safety. So, yet we recognize the challenge faced in developing region, and that's exactly what this conference aims to address. So it will be more of sharing the knowledge and fostering the collaboration and finding innovative ways to make forensic science accessible to all. So before we jump into our program, I want to express my gratitude to all of you, our respected speakers, attendees, and organizing team who have come together to make this event possible. So now it is my privilege to introduce someone who has been instrumental in bringing us here. Mr. Muntawakilu Amadu will deliver the official welcome address. Mr. Munta has the remarkable contribution to advancing forensic science and under-resourced areas with the focus on empowering professionals and building sustainable practices. So let us all welcome Mr. Munta to the platform.
Um, Thank you, Pooja, for the wonderful presentation and also introduction. So without much further ado, I will start with my session, the welcome address. So once again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all our distinguished guests, keynote speakers, panelists, and participants joining us from across the globe. It's really a great pleasure, and I welcome you all to the Forensic Science International Conference organized by the Forensic Post. This historic gathering brings together experts, researchers, forensic professionals, and students with shared passion for forensic science and its role in justice and security. Please, is my slide changing?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, right. So before I proceed, allow me to express my deepest appreciation to our keynotes and guest speakers who have graciously dedicated their time to share their expertise with us. I would like to say your presence is invaluable to the success of this event. And I also want to extend my sincere gratitude to our sponsors and partners. Prima Due Diligence Consult, one of the best security firms and due diligence firms in Ghana and Africa, and also Danlami Forensics, a great forensic science organization based in Indonesia. Also, I would like to thank Invitec Global, the Forensic Science Student Association, and GH Scientific for all their support they've given to us in making this event a successful one. A warm welcome to all our participants, whether joining by Zoom or by YouTube, for being part of this important conversation. So with the significance of the event, I would like to just say brief. We all know this event is not just about discussion. It's also about finding solution, strengthening collaboration, and also inspiring action. I would like to stress more on this inspiring action. We hope that whatever that we say here would inspire action across our regions. Forensic science plays a critical role in criminal investigation and justice delivery. However, in many developing regions, there are many significant gaps in training, policy, infrastructure, and technology. I hope we will all bear with that. This conference is not just about discussion, like I said, it's about finding solutions, strengthening collaboration, and inspiring action among each and everyone here who joins this session. We aim to highlight the challenges forensic science faces in underrepresented regions, while also exploring some of the solutions that we can bring together and innovations to cater for all these gaps. And I'm pleased to welcome all our participants joining us from across the globe, within Africa, within Asia, and Europe and America. Thank you all for joining the session. So we chose the theme bridging the gap, strengthening forensic science in developing region. And then the reason was I wanted us all to reflect on how we can build capacity, how we can make policies, and how we can include technological advancement within developing regions when it comes to forensic science. As we all can know, from studies, from research, and from real life practice, there is quite a gap between the forensic science practice in developing regions and then developed regions. We are not really at par as it stands at the moment. And I'm hoping that these conference and events like this would inspire us to work towards being at par with developed regions when it comes to forensic science and then the justice delivery system. So within the conference, I'm hoping that within the next 2 days, we're able to explore the role of forensic science in criminal justice reform, look at forensic science education and training, the emerging forensic science technology, especially when it comes to AI and digital forensics. Then we can also look at some of the policies changes that we can bring across on board. So I encourage active participation. Kindly ask questions and engage in discussion and take full advantage of the opportunity to network with fellow attendees here. So you can have a lot of expectations from this conference, and I believe by the end of this session, everybody would have benefited greatly from joining this conference. Our conference is scheduled and packed with insightful sessions delivered by leading forensic experts. You'll hear from renowned researchers, professionals, and educators who are making difference in forensic science. For those attending by Zoom, please ensure your session schedule, like if you join here and then you are a speaker, please ensure that the schedule matches your time zone so that you don't join in either too, let's say, late after for your session. It's good to have you at the beginning of the session. However, make sure that in case you are having a schedule that you may not be able to stay throughout the program, ensure that the time accurately matches or reflects the time zone you'll be joining us from. We are also monitoring those joining us from the YouTube live stream. If you have any questions, please share your questions and then we would answer them during the live session for you. Now, I cannot end this welcome address without making a call to action. Like I said from the very beginning, this whole conference is not just about discussion, come and talk, and then we go and we are done. It's also about taking action. And I'm urging each and everyone, let's use this platform to bring about action when it comes to forensic science delivery in Africa and other developing regions. This conference, like I said, is not just about what we learn, but also what we do next after here. Let's use this platform to strengthen forensic science networks, collaborate on research, and advocate for policies that support forensic development in underrepresented regions. As we embark on this journey together, I urge you all to be engaged, be open to new ideas, and most importantly, be inspired to take action beyond this event. Once again, I thank you all for being here. Your presence here makes this event meaningful, and I have no doubt that this discussion will be insightful, impactful, and moreover transformative. I am very confident in that. With that being said, I officially declare the first Forensic Science International Conference organized by the Forensic Post open. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Munta, for your beautiful words about the conference. So it really reminded us why we are here today, and we are so grateful for it. So before we move forward, let's take a moment to do some icebreaker thing so that we all can feel connected. So we have an incredible group of people here from all over the world, like each of us bringing unique perspectives and expertise. So we can do a quick round of introductions. If you're comfortable, please share your names, where you're from, and if possible, your organizations and what you are hoping to take away from this conference as well. So let me start us off. My name is Pooja Maske, and I'm from Nepal, and I am currently residing in Choi. Thank you. So we can also comment in the chat box, or we can unmute ourselves and start.
Hello. Good day. I'm Marco.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Myself, Alex Joseph Verghese. I'm from India.
Welcome, Alex.
I'm pursuing my master's in forensic science at National Forensic Science University.
Welcome, Alex. Welcome to the conference.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, good morning and good afternoon. Yes, my name is Professor Christian Adoko from Ghana and HOD Forensic Science Department, University of Cape Coast. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Christian. It's a pleasure to have you all here as well.
Hello. My name is Mr. Frank Fiadupe. I'm the Deputy Operations Manager for Prima Due Diligence Consult and from Ghana. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Frank. Welcome.
Yeah, hello. Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Yeah, my name is Mr. Benjamin Adra. I am the General Manager of Prima Due Diligence Consults. Thanks for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today, Mr. Benjamin. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Colin Odhiambo. I'm from Kenya, an MSc student in forensic biochemistry. Thank you for having me here, and I'm representing Somo Group Intelligence from Kenya and Tanzania as well.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mr. Colin. We are so happy to have you here.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Japa German Bonaventure. I am from Cameroon. I am a cybersecurity analyst in Akaja Cybersec. Thank you for this conference. I wish to be the best of the team.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. We are happy to have you here as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello. I'm Emmanuel Zilevu. I'm Ghanaian, the country manager for Prima Due Diligence Consult. I am currently in Rwanda, but I'm very happy joining this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are happy to have you here as well. Thank you so much, guys. We are getting numerous comments about where they are from, who are they, and all. Thank you very much for this interactive session. We are so excited and happy to have you all here.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, please, sir.
Yes, my name is Joseph Jagri. I'm from Ghana. I'm a regulatory officer, Food and Drugs, Ghana. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Welcome to the conference. We are so happy to have you here.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, so we got numerous comments from a lot of people. Mr. Munta, Mr. Lumer and Lulu, Miss Ruth, Sahana, we all are so happy to have you all here. We also have Blessed, Mr. Desire, Mr. Laksha, Mr. Bagus, Michael Masunda, Sai Prital, Amy Polito, Bersha, Christy, Hillary, Doris, Roberta, and we also have Samuel, Prasanna, Juliet, Nasur, Charlie, Miss Bohang. Here we also have received the comment from Jasmine, Ajay Kumar, and Mr. Samuel. So we are so happy to have you all here. Thank you so much for the comments and unmuting yourself and introducing. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for participating. It's like truly inspiring to hear from all of you. So let's carry this energy of collaboration throughout today. So also before we begin with the keynote speakers, let me also thank the organizing committee. So here in publicity, we have Miss Priscilla, Charlene, Blessing, Roberta, and Ajite William. And in the technical part, we have Lewis, Miss Ruth, Safedin Marina. And in moderation part, we have Lucy, Pooja, which is me, and Kenny and Samuel. And in media committee, we have Enoch, Isufu, Divine, Darko, and Samuel. So I would like to take a moment and thank all the organizing committee here because it would not have been possible without you guys. Thank you very much. So let's start with our keynote speakers for today. Our first keynote speaker is someone whose work has transformed how we approach forensic science. So Ms. Mercy Agepong is a distinguished expert in years of experience in forensic investigations and capacity building. So she had led the initiative to integrate modern forensic methodologies into resources-limited prisons. So please join me in welcoming Ms. Mercia Agepong to the platform. Ms. Mercy, the platform is all yours.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes. Do I need to put my video on or I keep it off?
Yes, ma'am, we would really appreciate if you turn your video on, but whatever, is visible for you. Yes.
Yes, so maybe a little of me up there. All right. I'm sorry I may not have slides to my address, but I'll try to address the issues that on the team as best as I can. And I'll be available to answer any questions that we have. Thank you very much. So yeah, I believe I can carry on now.
Yes.
So Director of the Forensic Posts, esteemed colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and greetings to you all. It's a great honor to deliver a keynote address for the maiden edition of the Forensic Science International Conference on the theme, Bridging the Gap, Strengthening Forensic Science in Developing Regions. And I must say that I'm very happy to be here. And I want to appreciate everybody who is here, all the stakeholders, the key players and everybody, students, everybody that is here. I'm very happy to be here. And I want to thank Mr. Amadou Munta for all the pressure he has given me to be here. Permit me to start with the basic definition of forensic science as the application of scientific knowledge and methodology to criminal investigations and legal issues. The range of forensic disciplines spans wide as every area of science is being tapped into the legal world. Forensic science plays a vital role in justice delivery and national security, and yet in many parts of the world, including Africa, its full potential is yet to be tapped. The origins of forensic science can be traced back to ancient civilizations, with Edmond Locard's exchange principle being deemed as the foundation of modern forensic investigations. Forensic science has evolved significantly from ancient fingerprinting techniques, anthropology, pathology to modern advancements such as DNA analysis, digital forensics, and artificial intelligence. Developed nations can boast of well-established forensic laboratories that leverage cutting-edge technology. The UK, for example, pioneered the fingerprint classification system developed by Sir Edward Henry and DNA fingerprinting by Sir Alec Jeffreys, both of which has revolutionized forensic investigations worldwide and is arguably home to world-class forensic institutions like the Forensic Science Service and the Scotland Yard's forensic units. Integrating forensic science into justice systems in these nations have led to a high conviction rate, minimized wrongful imprisonments, and accelerated criminal investigations. For instance, the revolution of DNA was heralded by the exoneration of Richard Buckland in 1986 and the conviction of Colin Pitchfork in 1987 for the same rape and murder case. While forensic science in the developing world, such as Africa, has made relatively remarkable strides, the numerous challenges confronting this area tend to neutralize any gains made. South Africa boasts the continent's most sophisticated forensic laboratories, significantly contributing to crime resolution. Forensic science has been instrumental across the region in solving all profiles of cases, ranging from homicides, rape, defilement, and robberies to financial crimes. These successes demonstrate the critical role of forensic science in justice delivery. Ghana has a rich history in forensic practice, albeit with slow advancements. The Forensic Science Laboratory of the Ghana Police Service dates back in 1948 or earlier, with the establishment of a small crime scene unit by a British expatriate, Superintendent of Police, Mr. B.S. Holloway. The area of work was mainly taking photographs and lifting of fingerprints at crime scene, as well as the preparation of criminal records for convicted criminals. A crime laboratory was created by the same officer and the name in 1963, and the name changed to the Forensic Science Laboratory in 1999 to reflect contemporary times. Permit me, Mr. Director, to delve into the forensic structure in Ghana to give a practical perspective to the team, as most of West Africa hover around a little above or below the level we have in Ghana. The forensic process, as we know it, involves multiple stages from crime detection at the crime scene to forensic analysis at the laboratory and ultimately courtroom proceedings. The forensic structure of the Ghana Police Service, and for that matter, Ghana, is uniquely organized under the Criminal Investigations Department to provide forensic support to investigations of cases. The scientific support services are provided by 4 main units under the CID, namely the Forensic Science Laboratory, of which I am the director, the Criminal Data and Statistical Bureau, which we call the CDSB, the Cyber Unit with the Child-Friendly and Digital Forensic Laboratory, and the Crime Scene Management Unit. As we go along, I will give details of what all these units does for you to appreciate what pertains in Ghana, and as I said, in most parts of Africa. It is worth mentioning that providers outside this umbrella are also engaged when needed. Pathologists of the police hospital and various hospitals are called upon to assist in most homicide cases. We have the Ghana Standards Authority also coming in to assist. We have the Food and Drugs Authority, the various universities and agencies who at any point in time when we need them, they come on board to support. Investigations into cases are normally handled at the various police jurisdictions of occurrence, and evidence or exhibits that are collected around these cases are submitted to these scientific support units for forensic analysis by following the laid down protocols. Reports to these forensic analysis are issued to the requesting agencies to enhance the determination of the cases. The Forensic Science Laboratory has over the years undergone various transformations in a quest to meet international standards. As one of the biggest developments in the area of forensic in the Ghana Police Service, it is always worth mentioning the €3 million support from the European Union under the EU Ghana Police Project as far back as in 2011. And I must say that this support has held us, for all this while, as we make inputs in the years as we go by. The forensic lab, which I'll be referring to as the FSL from now, the FSL received a tremendous facelift under the project. This included the expansion of the physical structure of the FSL, acquisition of state-of-the-art equipment, materials for all the sections and training of experts. The support brought an evolution of the serology section into a fully fledged operational forensic DNA section, the first of its kind in the West African sub-region. The FSL consists of 5 main sections: the chemistry or drug analysis section, question documents examination, photography, DNA, and ballistics. It is only one and situated in Accra and caters for all the regions in the country and even beyond. Allow me to concentrate on the functions of these specialized sessions for a better appreciation of what exists and the gaps that pertains. The chemistry section undertakes the examination of suspected narcotic substances and conducts other chemical analysis. Key instruments available at the section includes the gas chromatograph with mass spectrometer and the high-performance liquid chromatograph. The section is an ardent participant in the International Proficiency Testing Program known as ICE, organized by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime as a major quality assurance tool in the fight against narcotics. May I also add that the lab was selected as a forensic hub by the UNODC in 2019 to offer training to other Anglophone countries in West Africa, alongside Côte d'Ivoire for the Francophone and Cape Verde for the Lusophone. The ballistics section has been pivotal in the examination of firearms and ammunition components connected to all criminal cases. Ballistic exhibits associated with every firearm-related case under police investigations undergo forensic examination at the ballistics section. The section has the state-of-the-art comparison microscope for analysis. Furthermore, the experts from the laboratory also attend autopsies to assist investigations. The DNA section plays a pivotal role in the identification and analysis of biological samples to facilitate the investigation and prosecution of cases. And I must say that all the DNA analysis are performed at the Forensic Science Laboratory here in Ghana and in Accra. Key instruments available for the DNA analysis include the 3500 AB genetic analyzer for the separation and detection of amplified DNA fragments. We also have the 7500 real-time PCR. We have the 97 conventional PCR and a host of others. These instruments have been integral to the laboratory's operation, enabling accurate and efficient DNA profiling, resulting in safe determination of all cases of rape, defilement, robbery, relationship testing, among others, across the country and beyond. And at this juncture, I want to say that the Forensic Science Laboratory of Ghana has been able to do a number of cases for other West African countries. We have done cases in the past for Gambia, for Nigeria, and if my memory serves me right, I think Sierra Leone. But Gambia's own is the most recent that we have done. The documents section analyzes question documents such as handwriting, signatures, typescripts, and stamp impressions, among others, any document in dispute. The section makes use of instruments such as the video spectral comparator, the VSC, and the electrostatic detection apparatus. Then we have this photo section assisting in all the photographic, forensic photographic works for the laboratory. The forensic experts in the laboratory also offer expert testimony in courts of the reports that we have issued for the determination of cases in courts. Then this is for what I have outlined so far is for the Forensic Science Laboratory. But still under the CID, we have other scientific support units. We have the crime scene unit, which is responsible for securing, processing, documenting crime scenes. The unit meticulously collects and preserves evidence, ensuring its integrity while coordinating the actions of personnel involved at the scene. This work provides the foundation for forensic analysis and a successful prosecution. The unit operates across all the regions. So they have, we have regional crime scene management units across all the regions, ensuring nationwide forensic support. But I must say that this is quite limited. It doesn't cover the entire country because in most of times and generally, you have the CID officers at the various areas, doubling as both crime scene investigators and investigators of the crime. And the crime scene management unit is normally called in when we have major crimes. Then we have the fingerprint bureau, which we call the Criminal Statistics Services Bureau, the CDSB. It is responsible for fingerprints, and they use the automated fingerprint identification system database. We also have the cybercrime unit, which tackles all digital cases, networks, internet, and is equipped with a state-of-the-art digital forensic and child-friendly laboratory. Together with these units, they form an interconnected forensic network, and we work hand in hand with all the investigators and districts in the country for the determination of their cases. So the crime scene management team or the investigators across the country gather the evidence that are linked to the cases, and then they are submitted to the various scientific support units for analysis and report. The seamless collaboration enhances the efficiency and accuracy of forensic investigation, ultimately strengthening Ghana's judicial system. Forensic science practice in Ghana and in Africa has come a long way. However, as I said, despite the relatively tremendous progress that has been made over the years, there remains a critical need for continuous improvement and advancement. So after all this long talk, which gap exists, I may ask? The major gap that exists in the forensic world of developing countries is funding. The absence of dedicated funding for forensic science development is a major gap for the developing world. Secondly, we also have the absence of an enhanced national policy on database for the efficient use of databases for case management. We may have challenges in standardization, legal support, and policy development. There are also limited regional and international collaboration for research, innovations, and capacity building. We also have limited awareness and understanding of forensic science and its use in these countries. So what are the effects of these gaps? So I think that the paramount effect of all these are the delays in cases, in the determination of cases, both criminal and civil cases. Because the scientific support units are having major challenges, when cases come in, it may take a whole lot of long time for the determination of these cases at the scientific support units, and directly it stalls the activities of investigations across the country. So I want to just give some practical perspective in this view that sometimes you may have a case occurring where evidence are gathered. They come into the laboratory and some point in time, we may be having issues, and most times the issues that we have are with the absence of materials for work, servicing of equipment, or some issue or the other. So at the point where the evidence has been brought, the lab may not be in the position to analyze them. So the lab may need to keep this evidence down at the time, at many months. Sometimes it runs for months, sometimes it may run into years. It may take a long time for the analysis to be done. So even though so much work is being done, the analysis have been carried out, but it takes at the time that they are needed, there are delays. So, and we know that in most parts of this world, when the case happens, there is always the high media coverage, the public interest in that. So if these cases are going to stall for a year or two because the scientific support units at that point in time may not have the resources to work, and the reports are issued a year or months later, the work has been done, but the effect of the work has been neutralized by the unnecessary delays or in the operational works of the scientific support unit. So these are the issues that we are confronted with every day. I must say that in my laboratory for some time now, the chemistry sections and the ballistic sections have been very consistent in their operations. We have had issues with the continuous operation of the DNA sections. We have had our ups and downs. For the past 3 years, we had some issues with the document section. But as I speak to you currently, I am happy to announce that all the 5 sections of the laboratory are active and operational and serving the purpose for which they were set up. How do we bridge this gap in forensic science practice across Africa? In bridging the gap, it calls for a multifaceted approach that addresses existing challenges and leverages strategic opportunities strategic opportunities. Actions taken to succeed in the area of forensics they must be deliberate. A lot of the development that we have in forensic science in the developing countries or developing region, I must say that most of the times they happen by chance. A lot of them are at the benevolence of our Western donors, that it is quite a challenge for the developing countries to sit down to deliberately decide that we want to develop forensics. And we've had issues with this over the years. And even in times when they have been deliberately decided, the sustainability or continuous operation of these units has been a major challenge. So the actions that we are taking, they must be deliberate, they must be defined, they must be strategic, they must be achievable, and they must be sustainable and continuous. Firstly, governments and stakeholders should prioritize the establishment of dedicated funding mechanisms for the allocation of funds, especially specifically for forensic infrastructure, training, and research. This is to ensure continuity of work and avoid major operational setbacks, which render some case determination inconsequential. Public-private partnership can also be explored to supplement governmental efforts. Secondly, we can never overemphasize on the importance of deliberate awareness, communication, and education. A lack of appreciation of the importance of forensic science impedes its integration into the justice system. Implementing educational campaigns targeting law enforcement officials, the judiciary, the general public can demystify forensic processes and underscore their value in the criminal justice system. Incorporating forensic science models, as it's being done now, into academic curricula will further cultivate a knowledgeable workforce. I wish to mention that it is not a zero situation in Africa or in the developing world. So much work is being done, and as such, we should take time to study and understand the successes and challenges of the system to effect the appropriate lasting solution. It is sad that as Africans or developing region, we are always so quick to run down the system when we have no idea of the challenges that confronts them. Yes, indeed, we need resource, but we must approach its system meaningfully for the solution required. Thirdly, internal structures in the various organizations, being it the police, the internal affairs ministries, the police judiciaries, as pertains in our Francophone countries, must establish structures that promote expertise and experts. Most of the times, the driving force for forensic science experts in Africa, and I must say in the developing world, is passion, because there exists the practical discouragement of experts in this choice of work in the organizations that they exist. And I have been privy to a lot of the operations in most of the West African countries. And sometimes it's as if the experts are allowed to operate on their own. There is very little inputs into the expertise and then experts. So you may have one expert being for the one section or for one discipline. So for example, you may have just one ballistic expert for a whole organization, and the organization doesn't have or put in any measures to bring transformation into the expertise or even a structure to ensure that the country or the state has as many experts as possible to ensure a very good succession plan. So you may have one expert, and even sometimes the expert stays on till he goes on retirement and the place becomes vacant before the organization tries to look around to see if they can get somebody to fill in the gap. And this pertains a lot in the developing areas. Fourthly, developing cohesive and searchable national and regional databases for all forensic prints gathered will greatly enhance collaboration and efficiency among law enforcement agencies. This initiative will require standardized data collection and management protocols to ensure interoperability. So with this, I must say that we have the WAPIS, which was set up some years back, trying to gather information on criminal activities and on creating database for suspects and for people who are involved in crime to enhance information sharing. Again, we have the establishment of regional networks to create a platform for professionals from across Africa to evaluate and tackle the specific requirement of forensic science. In this, I must say that the contributions of international organizations, such as the Organization for Scientific Area Committees, OSAC, the American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors, the European Network of Forensic Science Institutes have gone a long way in contributing to the successes of forensic science in the developing countries. They regulate and standardize forensic practices. And as experts, even in the developing world, we find ourselves tapping into these expertise and these documents to enhance the work that we do. I wish to mention that down here in Africa, as I said, it's not a zero situation. We have the West African Forensic Network. We call it WAFNet, of which I am the immediate past president. And then we have the African Forensic Science Academy, AFSA, developing in this direction. And I believe that if we have quite a number of these networks and they are working to achieve these goals, it will go a whole long way to serve the continent or the developing region. Again, developing a national policy strategy informed by stakeholders and best practices from other countries is essential to fortify the application of forensic science in delivering justice and enhancing public security. This will ensure strict adherence to quality control measures and international standards, which will in turn bolster the reliability of forensic analysis. Mr. Director, esteemed listeners, ladies and gentlemen, forensic science, I must say, is not a luxury as it is seen in the developing world. It is a necessity for justice, security, and national stability. As the stakeholder, I know that Ghana and then the African continent and the rest of the developing world have made significant progress in forensic, but there is significantly more work to be done. Funding, and strengthening forensic institutions, policies and policy reforms, and investing into forensic work and research, I believe will bridge the existing gaps and ensure that justice is driven by science and not speculation. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Madam, for that insightful session. So I really like the part where you mentioned that we need to implement some educational campaigns and we should target those law enforcement official, the judiciary, and the general public you can demystify the forensic processes and all. And also, like where you mentioned, which is so correct, that forensic science is not a luxury as it is seen in the developing world. It's the necessity for the justice, security, and national stability. I really like that part. Thank you very much. We truly appreciate the valuable knowledge you have shared, ma'am. So now we will open the floor for our Q&A session where the participants will have the opportunity to ask your questions directly to our speaker. So in order to ensure we cover as many questions as possible, let's just keep our questions concise and relevant to today's topic. You can either raise hand or drop your questions in the chat.
Good afternoon, moderator. Now, if I can go ahead with the question.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So my name is Dr. Geoffrey Henry. I'm Senior Superintendent and Head of Forensic Biology and Chemistry in the Zambia Police Service. Let's say thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. I have a question for you. So my question is, I heard in your presentation, you mentioned other players in the justice system, including, if I'm not mistaken, you talked about the food and drug. How do you handle issues of evidence admissibility in court? Because you talked about your lab, which is a crime lab. I don't know if maybe your constitution equally provides for these other players, or you just get results from them and interpret as forensic experts. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so should I take each question at a time or we'll group them?
And however it is feasible for you, you can just answer one by one as well.
Okay, so thank you very much for your question. So I mentioned the operations of the laboratory. So we have the work that we do when it comes to the chemical analysis. We are restricted to the analysis of narcotic substance. And the Food and Drugs Authority, the role that they normally play is with counterfeit products. That we may have cases where companies come and then they say that their products have been counterfeited. And since the Food and Drugs Authority is responsible for the food and drugs safety in the country, it is always best that we send the products to them. So the investigators, it's not the forensic laboratory that sends the products to them. As I mentioned, the CID is at the center of investigations. So the directive is coming from the CID to the scientific support unit to come in to support. So the investigator is directed by the CID to send the exhibit to the Food and Drugs Authority. And normally the reports that they issue, they are responsible for the report. And if it is required that an expert testify on that, they may need to go to court to testify on the report. So normally they are dealing with food and food safety and drug safety. And the prosecution, even though the prosecution may be done by police or the state attorney, any analysis that is carried out by the Food and Drugs Authority laboratory, the experts in there may have to go to court to testify on that if it's required. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mercy. We have one more participant, Mr. Samuel, who has raised his hand. Yes, please, Mr. Samuel.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful presentation on the team. I have few questions and maybe let's say clarifications. And my first question is, does the Forensic Science Lab collaborate with private forensic investigators or employ their services in their line of duty? Or all cases are handled by the experts in the lab and then other affiliated organizations as you already said, FDA. And also I want to know if the lab recruits experts who are not part of the police force or the CID, or their recruitment is in line with the general police recruitment?
Okay, yeah. So as I said, the analysis that are carried out at the laboratory are owned by the laboratory. If for some reason the forensic lab cannot conduct the analysis, the lab will just recommend to the CID that, okay, there's this private lab or the state lab that could come in of assistance, and then the cases will be referred to those laboratories. And the laboratory does not testify on those reports unless we are called to give some expert opinion on the matter. So once it is like subcontracting, once they are given to them, they do it, and if there is a need, then they may need to testify on those reports. So the work that is done at the laboratory, we do all the work we can do at the laboratory, but if the expertise is not at the laboratory and then there is a state lab or a private lab outside, and even sometimes outside the country, we may need to tap into that, and that is at the permission of the Director General CID. And I must say that for times where we have had issues with DNA because of some lack of resources here and there, and there is so much pressure on the case, we have sent some of the samples outside because at that time we were not operational for the analysis to be done. And if it is required, the experts of those state laboratories will have to come in to testify on the reports in court, unless our opinion is okay for the court. And then about experts being recruited, yes, the police service has this laid down protocols for the recruitment of experts. And so it is recruited in line with the police work. But I must say that if the expertise is critically needed, sometimes the person is taken as a civilian, and with time, the person may decide whether he wants to be roped into the police system or want to remain as a civilian forever. But so this is what pertains. The police has these protocols in recruitment. So if the police needs an expert, they are recruited in line into the police system. But if it is so critically needed that the recruitment, the recruitment will come with clearance from government and everything. So if it cannot be done at that time and the expertise is critically needed, then the person may be taken on as a civilian, and it is for the person or the service to decide whether they want to join the police system. And I know that in most times they will always want to join the police system. Thank you.
All right, so please, one more. I would like to know if there are any plans of establishing other labs in all regions across the country.
Oh, yes.
Because in cases where transfer of evidences maybe the evidences being transferred may undergo certain changes, which will decrease the evidential value of that evidence. So I want to know if measures are being put in place to establish labs in all other regions.
Oh, yes. That has been on the drawing board for a very long time. It all goes to funding. We are working on that. Some of these things, they take quite a long time, but I must say that it has been on the drawing board. It goes beyond even the integrity of the evidence. It also goes in the inconvenience and the challenges that investigators face in bringing the exhibit all the way down to Accra. And some of these things, they have delayed the bringing of the exhibit, because if an investigator will have to move all the way from Bunkugu to bring an evidence down, sometimes unless there's some pressure on them, or the commander there is so keen on them, they may keep the exhibits there for quite a long time, because they have to journey all the way down for the exhibits to be analyzed. So there are real challenges that confront us in this distance. We have tried to make life easier with the pertaining conditions that sometimes if the exhibits are so bulky that they cannot come down, then the analyst may have to go there to go and do the sampling and pick the evidence. But these are all challenging. So getting another lab in other regions are on the drawing board, and we hope that we'll be able to get the necessary support and funding to implement them. Thank you.
Hello, madam.
Yes, please.
I am so happy to have sat under your presentation. I have a question I want to ask.
Yes, please.
So we have some forensic professionals that have masters and bachelors in companies like the insurance companies, or that insurance companies employ the services of these people to do claims investigation for them. In cases whereby they encounter cases like the fire incidents, that due to their knowledge and expertise, they are able to collect samples from the fire scene. Is the lab equipped enough to analyze these samples for these insurance companies?
Okay, so thank you very much. Yes, so currently we are not able to analyze arson samples. And to the best of my knowledge, the other laboratories also, some cases came in and we referred them to the Ghana Standards Authority, but they were also not in the position to do that. I heard that the fire service were getting their own forensic lab. I don't know how far that has gone, but the forensic science laboratory is not able to do that. And it's quite a challenge. As I mentioned, we've had challenges with the other sections. So I'm foreseeing that now that I am seeing a very good continuity in work, we may be able to enhance and expand our operations when as we go along, because for now I'm seeing a lot of I see hope and I'm seeing a lot of continuity in our work. So once the existing structures are sustainable, then it will be at the right time to add on the other forensic disciplines without they also coming to suffer the same fate that the previous ones have existed. So for now, we can't do it, but we hope that in future, we may be able to do it. All the fire service forensic lab should be able to do that. Thank you.
Right, thank you, ma'am. I think that brings me to my last question. It's about forensic science students in Ghana. For instance, the UDS forensic science students. I want to ask, now that we are hoping to train more, have more expertise in this field, what are some of the plans that we have for these students that are currently training in forensic science? Is the lab able to help them in some way, or are there any opportunities that can be offered them, for instance, national service or their attachments? Are there anything like that?
Okay, yeah. So over the years, it's the issue of national service and attachments have been challenging for us with the work that we do, because we handle live cases, and as much as possible, we are not in the position to bring on people because of the nature of the work we do, and then for other security reasons. And so it's been difficult roping in for national service. So the bottom line is that we don't take national service or attaches at the laboratory because for security reasons. We were hoping that we would have had an expanded facility where we could have structures purposely for that they may not need to come into the main laboratory to let me say, for lack of a better word, to interfere with the real life cases, but still they can be somewhere where we can be able to engage them to have a practical view of what they are doing. But notwithstanding this challenge, you know that we open our laboratories for forensic tours, where students come in and then they have a practical view. It may not be staying on for an attachment or national service, but then when we organize tours, so you write to the Director General CID or the CID headquarters, and the permission is granted to you so that we set up a day that we can engage you and then let you have a practical view of what we do. So we take them around the various sections of the laboratory to assist. Employing forensic graduates, I think that will go far beyond the laboratory. It is more of a national call for government to look at the people that are coming out and then expanding the existing facilities to be able to accommodate them, for them to offer what they have also learned to the development of the country. So it's a multifaceted approach. It is not in fact, when it comes to that, I think that the lab has very little power in that because it goes with employment. But that will be more of a national call, because I know that now all the universities are offering forensic science some way or the other. So it is more of a national call in the government, looking at the facilities that are available, expanding them so that they can take care of some of these graduates, for them to contribute their quota to the national development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you all for the great questions. And unfortunately, we are running out of time, so we will be moving forward to our next respected speakers. So thank you once again, like Ms. Mercy, for sharing your expertise with us today. So our next speaker is Mr. Christian K. Adepo, visionary in the field of forensic science. Mr. Christian has spent his career revolutionizing forensic investigations, particularly in the regions where resources and accesses are limited. So his expertise lies in developing innovative methodologies that are both cost-effective and impactful, enabling law enforcement agencies to solve complex cases. So beyond his technical contributions, Mr. Christian is a passionate advocate for education and mentorship in forensic science as well. So let's help me, please join me in welcoming Mr. Christian to the platform. Mr. Christian, the platform is all yours.
All right. Thank you very much for the introduction. I want to say that it is an honor to be here to share my knowledge on this topic. Let me take this opportunity to greet all who are present, the distinguished guests, and the esteemed colleagues who are here, and friends. It is an honor and a privilege to address this gathering of dedicated professionals and advocates of forensic science at this international conference with the theme Bridging the Gap, Strengthening Forensic Science in Developing Regions. In fact, when I was approached by Mr. Munta to be a key speaker, I said, oh, wow, this is a great move. And in fact, I must congratulate him for making this possible. The topic is very interesting, and I hope at the end of this conference, we're going to find solutions to our numerous problems. Yeah, so let me share with you what probably I want to talk about. Oh, sorry, let me see. Oh, wow, wow. Is the slides okay?
Yes, please.
You can, all right. So, yeah, so today we convene as a global community united by a shared commitment to advance the field of forensic science, and particularly in regions where its growth and applications are still emerging. I know this theme resonates deeply as it calls us to confront challenges, embrace opportunities, and collaborate towards building robust forensic systems that uphold justice, truth, and human rights. And this is what makes it important that we discuss a theme like this. Basically, I know forensic science at our part of the world has been challenging. I think Madam Mercy has really touched on so many things, which I believe I'm going to also re-echo on. And so we will see how challenging it is when it comes to doing forensic science at the part of our world. So we believe that forensic science serves as a bridge between law and empirical evidence. By meticulously analyzing physical evidence, forensic experts provide objective insights that are crucial in both prosecuting the guilty and then setting innocent free. This scientific approach ensures that our legal proceedings are grounded in factual accuracy, thereby upholding the integrity of justice. And it is this reason why profession like forensic science must be taken serious, because it has a lot of consequences when it comes to its implementation when it is not done well. So for my talk, I'm going to focus on the challenges that is being faced by developing countries in this part of our areas. And I will zero in with the policies, practices, education, and training. And probably I will touch on some of the things that we can do to solve these challenges. So let's me go straight to the point. I think this is the outline that I want to just touch on. So let's look at first the role of forensic science in our society. And as Madam has said, I think it plays a key role. And we know doing forensic science is not merely a technical discipline, but it is the bedrock of modern justice system, as we have really learned from what Madam has given us. It also provides the tools to uncover the truth, solve crimes, and exonerate the innocent. Yet its impact goes far beyond the courtroom. And I know when we are able to do this well, economically, we're going to improve. I mean, the safety of our people are going to be improved, and so many other things. So it enhances this public safety, it supports human rights, and foster trust in legal and investigative institutions. And we know in part of our world, sometimes we don't really trust when it comes to some of these institutions and the outcomes, simply because of one or two issues. I mean, the handling of cases, handling of evidence here and there. So in an increasing interconnected world where crime transcends borders, the importance of forensic science cannot be overstated. And with this, I want to look at the challenges faced by developing countries. And I just have highlighted about 5 of them, which I will discuss in detail. So we first look at the policy challenges. I think Madam mentioned some policy challenges. And we know currently our part of the world lack comprehensive forensic policies. And this is very true because most of the laws that covers forensic activities are not a policy which can really drive forensic science forward. So if you look at some of the laws, for instance, if you take Ghana as an example, where all our laws are seen from Article 1992 Constitution, which provides the scope of their powers to investigate crime and the basic rights of individuals. But normally you see that some of the laws that governs evidence collection and all that basically hinders the activities of forensic, investigation. So we have Article 18, Article 19, which are all human rights related, laws. And some of these laws basically hinders the activities of forensic investigations, especially when we are looking at Evidence Act 1975, right? So this evidence basically really looks at the test is subjected to the discretion of the court, and individuals cannot refuse such sampling, and so on and so forth. So it makes at times the evidence that are gathered from the crime scene just to exonerate or just to prosecute criminals can either be admitted or not, depending on the judge who is on the case. And so some of these challenges really are not helping. And therefore, if there can be a policy, comprehensive forensic policy, it may help our system to work and work better. All right. So I talk about the Evidence Act 1975, which is an evidence, a law which defines evidence as the testimony, written materials, material objects, or other things presented to the senses that are offered to prove the existence or non-existence of a fact. And as I said, yes, this always subjected to the discretion of the court. So recently, I chanced on Forensic DNA Policy Board for Africa. And the mission of the board basically was to draft a comprehensive framework for DNA registration to be adopted by Africa countries seeking to develop DNA policies. So this tells us, as a country or a continent, we still don't have a clear policy on some of these analyses, which are vital when it comes to forensics analysis for justice delivery. Again, we also look at inadequate funding which Madam hammered on. Funding, limited government budget restrict investment in forensic infrastructure, labs and research. And this is very true. In fact, the institutions are trying their best to train forensic scientists. But if you ask me how they are managing, I mean, the resources are very, very limited. And therefore, we find it very difficult to train students who are well equipped to take up this challenge. But we are doing our best to overcome some of these challenges. And then we also have a challenge, which is the weak legal integration. I know Ghana, as an example, and other African countries, forensic evidence is often underutilized in the criminal justice system. And this is due to the outdated legal framework, which I've mentioned some of them. And therefore, there's a need to update some of this legal framework, which will really enhance some of our activities. So we saw that these laws generally allows the court to only admit to evidence, I mean, the reports of testimony of scientific analysts recognized by the Minister for Justice by notification published in the Gazette. And this way really does not really help when it comes to, I mean, using evidence to clearly, I mean, prove a case in court. So there should be a solution to all some of these backlogs. So I have just put here about 3 solutions that we can develop and enforce national forensic policies aligned with international standard. Already the ISO IEA 1702025 for lab accreditation, which is a standard for accrediting labs. And we can also establish dedicated government funding for forensic infrastructure and technology. And this is what I believe, as Madam also said, as a government, we need to champion to fund forensic infrastructure so that the activities of forensic scientists will be enhanced. And also integrating forensic evidence in legal framework to ensure admissibility and improve case outcomes. Madam made mention of the fact that most of the cases, all the problems she mentioned normally leads to delay in cases, and it is very true. Sometimes, yes, a case is not able to be concluded because the evidence that is needed to conclude the case is not enough. So I think when these 3 things are being looked at, we can improve the forensic activities and therefore enhancing the adjudication of cases. The second problem I wish to also touch is the practice challenges. I've already mentioned the lack of funding. So we may have outdated equipment and technology. And I'm happy when one asks Madam whether we can test samples of arson from arson crime scene and all that. And Madam responded that they are not able to do that. We also approached whether we can do it. And look at what happened. In fact, we had a GC mass spec, which we could have done that so easily. because our GC is attached with the headspace, which helps in analyzing some of these samples. But the machine broke down in about 2 years, and up to now, we have not been able to fix this machine. So the know-how, the technical know-how of some of these machines are the problem that is being faced. So many laboratories lack modern tools. I mean, like DNA sequence and digital forensic software. I know it is only one, for instance, in Ghana, only one lab we have, which is the police forensic lab. Yes, probably we are trying to see if we can mimic police forensic lab, and then we get a lab which will be running, I mean, in our institutions, which will also help in some of these cases. So mostly equipment and technology is a key areas which we need to look at. And also a case backlog. I mean, limited resources lead to delays in processing evidence, creating large case backlogs, which I think it is true. And in some cases, I know for real that most of the cases from Ghana, Nigeria are being sent to South Africa for analysis. And imagine the economic implications of all these situations. And then the quality control issues, absence of standard operation procedures, compromises evidence integrity. Yeah. And so there's a need to establish this collaboration with the international bodies to make sure that some of these problems can be curtailed. So we need to invest in modern forensic technologies through partnership with international agencies. I think, and as such, Madam she mentioned it, and then was categorical that government needs to set aside some funds, I mean, just to take care of some of these issues. And I was side with her, because if all the donations or if all the money you are getting to improve your forensic infrastructure is coming from donations from outside world, then we have a problem. We have a problem. So I think we need to, as a country or as a continent, I think there should be a consensus that we need to develop our forensic science. And I hope if government will understand that developing forensic science will lead to economic development, will lead to protection of its citizens, and therefore there's a need to do this. I think it will go a long way to help. Then implement case prioritization systems to reduce backlog. Probably this is what the little resources we have, this is how we can manage our resources, probably to reduce the backlogs. But I understand most of the cases are different, and therefore, I mean, no matter what, you may have situations like this. And then we can also adapt quality assurance protocols and seek international lab accreditation to maintain high standard. Think more often, for your lab to run very well, this is what we have to do. And so in UCC, University of Cape Coast, we try to put up a genomic lab that can basically analyze DNA for commercial purposes and so on and so forth. And so initially, this is what we've tried to do, just to seek international lab accreditation to maintain high standard. And I believe when all these are done, probably our situations will be improved. The other issue which I want to also touch on is education and training challenges. It's quite recently when forensic science started in Ghana, for example. I don't know of the other African countries. I know South Africa is the leading forensic, when we talk about forensic science and its activities, South Africa is the leading country in Africa that is well versed in forensic science activities. But in Ghana here, recently, quite recently, I think University of Cape Coast started forensic science, BSc forensic science, I think 2015. And through that, UDS has also started, KNUST has also started, but theirs was masters, and so on and so forth. So the training of these professionals, it's challenging, as I said earlier on, and probably due to the infrastructure wise. And so the need to always collaborate with other institutions outside to help in this direction is also recommended. So always there is, because we are not able to train well-versed professionals, there's always a lack of qualified personnel, and that is the shortage of trained forensic scientists, pathologists, and crime scene investigators, and also the use of outdated curricula, which also leads to lack the latest technological and procedural updates. So some of these things are what really is lacking and limiting the use of forensic science to achieve a greater goal. And here too, I propose a solution where I said we need to establish forensic science programs in collaboration with global universities and professional bodies. This is what I think University of Cape Coast started doing. So we had to collaborate with University of Cordoba, University of Lincoln. We have to also University of Gujarat University in India. So we've been doing that very well. And all of this is to make sure that we have professionals who can stand the test of time, yes, to be able to stand the demanding nature of forensic science. And then offer scholarships and exchange programs to train forensic experts abroad. Yes, we've been also sending students to Cordoba University, Lincoln. We've been sending students to Gujarat. Yes, just to improve and then go and learn to come and help. And then we have been updating all our curricula to meet the current trend of events. So let me also look at the capacity building challenges, which is also we are faced by. So for capacity building challenges, we know Madam has also mentioned the limited public awareness, low awareness about the role of forensic science that leads to underreporting and evidence mishandling. And this is very true. In Africa, I don't know, because of low awareness, people basically try to evidence before the detectives will get to the evidence crime scene. The evidence has already been compromised. because mostly people don't know about forensic science, the evidence and all that, the need to preserve and then protect, crime scene evidence. And so there's a need always to look at public awareness, as Madam also highlighted on that. And then weak calibration, poor coordination between law enforcement, forensic experts, and then judiciary, which is also very key. I know most of the judges don't know what forensic science is all about. This is something we have started as a department to sensitize law enforcement agencies about the importance of forensic science when it comes to court cases and all that. And I think Tuesday there will be such meeting just to echoing on some of these important topics. And then data security concerns, inadequate digital infrastructure, which exposes forensic data to cyber risk, which are all contributing to capacity building challenges. Again, the solution to some of these challenges are that we can launch public awareness campaigns, such as what we are doing today, to educate communities about the importance of forensic science, promote multi-agency cooperation through joint task forces and data sharing agreements. And then we can also enhance cybersecurity protocols to protect sensitive forensic data. It's unfortunate that in our world, we don't have data, to talk about when we are talking about forensic data. So a country without data, you will struggle to do forensic science, because after analyzing your samples, what are you going to compare your result with? And so we need to, as a matter of urgency, if we want to go forward, then to be good if we enhance cybersecurity protocols to protect sensitive forensic data. And then we need to also create such data. So is there any opportunities for change? Which I say, yes, there is, or there are. So despite these challenges, there is immense potential for transformation. And this is where our collective effort becomes indispensable. So in terms of capacity building, I think we can do investment in education and training, which is very, very important. We must also nurture a new generation of forensic scientists, technicians, and legal professionals equipped with the knowledge and skills to meet modern demand. And then also collaborative programs, intra-Africa and international scholarships, and regional training
Professor
centers.
Adobe.
Yes. So
yes, please. We are so sorry to cut
the
you
time.
off.
So let
Yes,
me wrap up. Yes. So so I just want to wrap up. So we have this technological transfer and innovation. So we talk about the advancements in forensic technology, such as portable DNA analyzer and all these things. We can basically help in all that. Okay, so and then regional and international collaborations, I think we have touched on some of this. So a vision for the future. So imagine a future where forensic laboratories in every region of the world operate with state-of-the-art equipment. And then where you have justice system which is accessible to all, regardless of geography, and a future where innocent are free and the guilty are held accountable. I hope this vision is not a distant dream, but a tangible goal. We can achieve it through our shared dedication and strategic action. And so this calls to action. So I will advocate for increased investment in forensic science within our government and institutions. And then we also foster partnership across sectors and bodies to share resources, knowledge, and expertise. And so on this note, I want to say that we need a holistic approach. We need to combine policy reform, technological investment, educational enhancement, and then cross-sector collaboration. With this, I think probably we should be able to overcome some of these challenges in our developing countries. So thank you very, very much for the time, and I hope we all enjoy this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Adelko. It was really an insightful session. So big thank you, sir, for sharing your expertise and addressing the current issues and challenges and the solution. You mentioned that because of lack of awareness, people are basically not aware of the evidences, and before, detective get into the evidence and crime, it would be compromised. And, it's because people don't know about the forensic science and the evidences. So also, I really was focused and impressed by more on the solution about how to invest in modern forensic technologies, implementing case prioritization systems, and apart from that, establishing forensic science things and other exchange programs.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor Adoko.
You're welcome.
Yes, so because of the time constraint, we will be moving forward quickly to Q&A segment, and we will be taking only two of the questions.
All right.
Yes, please. So we will give chance to all of our participants to engage directly with our speakers. And if anybody has any question, they are free to raise hand. Also, before starting, I want to let everybody know that if you have any particular question for a particular speaker, but because of time constraint, we are not able to ask, then please write down the question in the chat box, the name of the speaker, and your email address. Your questions will be quickly addressed and emailed to you. So now, without spending time, let's get started. Yes, let's start with Mr. Samuel, who raised his hand. Yes, please, Mr.
All
Samuel.
right.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor Aduko, for the wonderful presentation of the team. My name is Samuel. I'm from Ghana. And I'm currently pursuing my MSc degree in forensic science in the NFSU, India. Mine is more of a suggestion than a question. And this one is, yes, actually to the institutions, especially the head of the institutions in Ghana and Africa at large, and all the developing countries. Yes. So as Madam clearly stated in her presentation, she said the employment of experts is more of a national issue than that's for the FSL and the CID. So I think the institutions should push hard to address this issue. If there can be a framework that will allow the government to absorb some of these qualified experts every year, and then to put establishments or broaden the areas of the lab to employ these qualified experts each year. I also think there should be a kind of examinations that should be written by these experts to be able to get qualified experts into the system. And as most of the developed countries have been doing India, as an example, they have specific examinations that graduates always take, and you need to clear these exams before you'll be recruited or you'll be employed in most of
Yeah.
these
Okay.
FSL and others. Yes. So
All
I
right.
think the institutions should rather push harder and make this kind of um, positions with the government so that the students from these institutions who graduate every year will be able to get employment. And also, we spoke about the public awareness. Yes, it's
Yeah.
a very big challenge from the developing country because by the time experts get to the scene, evidence might have been destroyed by the civilians without them even knowing.
Yeah.
So I think the institutions such as the University of Cape Coast, CGS can come together and create public awareness in all the regions of the country, so that the so that the applications of forensic science in Ghana, it will strengthen the application of forensic science in Ghana. Yes, yes, that's my suggestion. So this is basically to the institutions in Ghana that train students in this field. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Can I respond to that? Can I respond to that?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. You are right. You are right for advocating for such a move. I think we need to liaise with the government, and it all comes to lack of comprehensive policy. If we have a forensic science policy, that is where government will see the necessity and the importance of such group. No, we have the medical council, we have the how do we call it? The nurses, the nursing also council. All this they have a specific examination they write, and after which they are employed. We talk about the professionalism, as you rightly mentioned. Yes, I think it is all about the policy. So if we can get the policy in place and we can put ourselves in order as a group and then make it known, I think some of these challenges can be overcome. Yeah, so it is true. It starts from somewhere. I think we've started doing some of this lobby here and there to see if we can get our concerns addressed. Yeah. So yeah, let's hope we'll be able to get this thing done. Thank you. And then on the case of the public awareness, yeah, we've instituted this radio program on this awareness of forensic science, its activities and all that. It's all to educate general public on forensic science activities. This is instituted by this Ghana Science Association, but once a while you get one of our lecturers to go and speak on some of the issues, how to handle some of crime scene evidence here and there. Yeah, so yes, forums like this, then some workshops are some of the things that we've been organizing just to make sure public will know about forensic science and its activities and the need, to basically know some of the practices and how to react to some of these issues. So clearly, yes, we have a long way to go, honestly. We have a long way to go, but it starts from somewhere. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Adeku. We have one more question from Mr. Henry Tobes on our YouTube stream.
Okay.
He asked, do we have fingerprint database system in Ghana? I want to know if yes, how is it working in Ghana? Yes.
Oh, he is asking whether we have fingerprinting.
Yes, please. Do we have fingerprint database system in Ghana? Like
Well,
he wants to, yes.
yes, I think this question, yes, the Ghana Police Service has a unit like that. Yeah, and I mean, when it comes to our training, yeah, we train our students how to pick fingerprinting and all those things. Yes. But I know at the Ghana Police Lab, yes, they have a section of such. I hope I've answered his question.
Yes, hopefully, yes, please.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so thank you very much, Professor Adeku, for sharing your expertise. So we are also thankful to our attendees for putting forth the questions.
Okay.
And we will be skipping the third keynote speaker and move on to next guest speaker because of the schedule issues. So we will bring the third keynote speakers after lunch. So thank you very much, Professor Christian Adogo, once again.
You are welcome, madam.
Yes, please. So now it is our pleasure to introduce our first guest speaker for the afternoon, Ms. Doris A. Atugu. Mrs. Doris Atugu is a distinguished professional with over 6 years of experience in private investigation, intelligence analysis, and ethical leadership. She holds a Master's of Arts in Peace, Security, and Intelligence Management from the University of Professional Studies, Accra, Ghana. So she has extensive expertise in fraud detection and prevention, particularly leveraging forensic science in investigating insurance fraud at Prima Due Diligence Consult, PDDC. So she has she has led high-profile investigations and collaborated with national agencies such as EOCO, the Ghana Police Service, and Ghana Fire Service. So let's welcome her to the platform. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Doris.
Hello, please come in, allow her to speak. I think she has been muted.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It's a great pleasure to be here this afternoon, and thank you for the introduction. Okay, so It's a pleasure to present at the Maiden Forensic Science International Conference. As the one who introduced me duly said, I work with primary due diligence consults, and we mostly do cases in insurance claims investigations. And with that experience, I've experienced firsthand some of the challenges in fraud investigations, particularly in the insurance industry. And I would say that one of the most pressing issues we face in Ghana, as well as many developing countries, is insurance fraud, a crime that does not only affect companies, but also affect public trust in the insurance industry. I believe that if I want to ask questions, what people feel or think about insurance, I'm going to receive very unpleasant responses. And it's because some people have made it their duty to ensure that the process becomes difficult and cumbersome for some of us. And the premiums keep going up because of some of these fraudulent activities. I think for the sake of those who just joined us, what is it forensic science? I don't know if I can have one person sharing their opinion on what forensic science is to us. Can I have one person expressing their opinion on what forensic science is? Because I know we have many professionals on the page, and we have some people who are also not professionals on the page. So
Okay, my name is Colin Odhiambo. Let me just take the question. Just for, in the interest of time, I'll just define forensic science as the use of science for litigation purposes. So whether you're coming from the field of chemistry, biology, or any other part of criminalistics, we're just using the use of science for litigation purposes. Thank you.
thank you very much, sir. And I think he has well explained what forensic science to us. So the scientific methods and techniques to investigate crimes and analyze evidence. That is what forensic science is. Now, this afternoon, I want to focus my presentation on the collaborative efforts for improving forensic investigations in Ghana. I think that our first two speakers have done a lot of justice to the background, to the legal issues and challenges we are already facing as a developing country, and especially Ghana. And I think the first speaker, Madam Mercy, was able to take us wider to some part of Africa to help us understand the situation we are facing as a developing country. So this afternoon, I will talk on the challenges forensic investigations in Ghana face, particularly in the insurance industry. Regarding fraud cases, I believe that when we say forensic science, it's a very wide range, and it affects us in diverse ways. It affects us on different levels. I want to talk about just one aspect of it this afternoon, which is the insurance claims investigations. So I'll also speak on how traditional and digital forensics can improve our fraud detection and the role of cross-sector partnerships in building a stronger forensic system. Now, if you permit me, I want to share a story about some cases we have done, but because of time, maybe I'll share one or two cases. So there's this recent case we did that a claimant presented a claim on a stolen vehicle. She narrated, the story was narrated, and everything seemed like the story. It was just a straightforward case. So we, looking at the paperwork, the testimonies of witnesses and everything, it's just a straightforward something. And the first thing anyone will say, if you are a friend, a family, a colleague of this person, your first impulse will be, why is insurance not paying? Why can't they just pay? Do their damn job. Now, we investigated the claim, and then we did some further checks. So, per the forensic analysis we did, we used some traditional forensic skills. We were able to gather their phone location analysis, the metadata analysis of the pictures they presented for their claims, and we had a contradictory story. So now the analysis revealed that the pictures they presented was taken 5 days and 7 days after the incident occurred. Because it's a case that is still ongoing, I wouldn't want to go into details, so much details of the case. Now, if the vehicle was stolen and the picture you presented for your claim, the forensic analysis of that data shows that the picture was taken 4 days or 5 days after the supposed incident. What does that tell you? The first thing that will come to mind is that either the claim was staged, which is 1. 2, either the vehicle was not stolen in the first place. 3, maybe it was stolen, but it has been recovered, and the claimant is refusing to let the appropriate courts know about this. Mind you, that this person has every supporting document, being it a police report, everything they need to support their claim. But because we're able to conduct some forensic investigations, this was discovered. Now, if not for the use of the forensic tools and investigative techniques, the insurance company would have wrongfully paid out the claim, leading to a financial loss and a higher premium to honest customers. So fraudulent claims like this, when left unchecked, don't just affect the company, they affect the entire industry, making insurance expensive for everyone. It affects you, it affects me. So in this case, when the next time a car is stolen or a report is being made, the first question we will have to ask ourselves, was it really stolen? Or there is more to the story? So now, for the sake of those who have been in the field or who know a little bit about some of these stories, you know and you appreciate the fact that if we have not conducted forensic investigations, what would have happened? So it is very important that we conduct forensic claims investigations. I think if I want to share stories, I have a lot of stories to share in these regards, where because we're able to conduct some forensic investigations, we've been able to save millions of claims. So now, if I say this is a great challenge, it's not only affecting Ghana, but most developing countries. And when this is left unchecked, it's going a long way to affect us, the profitability of the company, the integrity of the industry as well. Therefore, the collaboration between stakeholders and forensic investigators is very crucial when it comes to the reason why we are here today. Now, the previous speakers have done so much justice to the lack of resources that we have in those developing countries. We know that as it is now, Ghana does not have any laboratory that has been set for insurance claims investigations. You'll be amazed to know that some fire cases, there are some fire cases that investigators will just go to the field, look at the scene, do what they can do on paper, take some interviews from there, and that will be the end. And in most fire cases, the reports that we have received or we have been working with, the end of the results is always undetected. The cause of fire cannot be detected. We cannot fault them so much, in as much as sometimes it's very frustrating. You cannot fault them because there is no laboratory to help us determine the cause of fire or the cause, whether the thing was arson, what it was accidental, or whatever the causes might have been. So this is a great challenge that we are facing in the industry as claims investigators. Now, another challenge that we are facing is the limited use of digital forensics. When Professor Adoko was speaking, he mentioned that they are training a lot of students. Yes, and that is very, very appreciative. However, how many people even know and appreciate the fact that some of the investigations we are conducting can be conducted by using digital forensics? There are some claims that has occurred that where fraud was detected just by checking timelines, doing some digital forensic data recovery, cyber investigations, and other things, and we're able to just close the cases in a day or two. However, in some years past, or if this knowledge was not even there, we could have gone round, trying to find witnesses and getting to know people who are not even there. And mind you, when it comes to insurance claims investigations, most of these things happen at places that there were no witnesses, there are no evidences. And in Ghana, we are not fortunate like most developed countries where there are cameras everywhere, where you can easily recover some of this data to review. Therefore, the use of digital forensics is a great way to go. However, there has been a very limited use of digital forensics when it comes to our insurance claims investigations in developing countries. And sometimes fraudsters may manipulate the digital records. So if you just want to detect you don't detect fraud by just using the traditional forensics method, you might end up losing very valuable information or valuable evidences. Therefore, it is important that we take note of this. There is also the weak coordination between key stakeholders. Okay, so let me also come back to this. So the role of forensic science in fraud detection. I've talking about the traditional forensics techniques that we are using now, which is the document analysis, handwriting verification, forensics accounting, the digital forensics, and the electronic data recovery tools. And then strengthening the forensics capabilities can improve fraud detection and prosecution. But as I mentioned earlier, there's a limited use of these resources, which in a long way is affecting our work. Now, there are some challenges of the forensics investigations in the insurance cases, and one of them is lack of specialized forensics infrastructure. And the first two speakers kept stressing on this, and I think that I cannot stress enough on the lack of infrastructure, because now the world is a global village. Most of the things we do now are interconnected. Most of the things we do now are just beyond the physical. And human beings are social beings, and dealing with human beings is very difficult. It's not so easy to know what is going on in the mind of people. However, science can help us prove some of these fraud or some of these things, some of the crimes easily. Therefore, if we lack specialization in forensic infrastructure, it is a great limitation to the industry. And the limited use of digital forensics and fraud detection. Yes, so people don't even have the know-how, the technical know-how. We don't have a lot of experts in this field who know how to even use digital forensics in detecting fraud. And to me, I would say that is a very big challenge that we face in this industry. However, for the past few years that we've had some experts that we are working with, so Prima is very blessed to be working with some top cyber forensics experts in our industry. And that has exposed us to a lot of things and has opened our eyes and changed our mind about investigations. So if we can expand this knowledge for more people to know, it will go a long way in helping us to fight crime in this country and other developing countries. The third thing I want to talk about is a weak coordination between key stakeholders. I think this platform is a very good platform that we have very big brains and high dignitaries collaborating, sharing ideas, learning from each other. I believe that from this platform, it should be a great stepping stone to create more collaborations and coordinations between stakeholders. Now, I think somebody asked the question, what happens when the state infrastructure cannot handle some claims or some crime or some investigations if they are being referred to private entities to handle? I believe that there are cases that a lot of issues have been handed over to private institutions to handle. The same way that we will need to also collaborate when it comes to investigations. We can't always depend on them. There cannot always be the division between the civilians and the forces or the service people. Because if we work with information, and if every investigation, every fraud detection comes with information, and in crime, timeliness is very important. So when there is no coordination, proper collaboration between the state institutions, the judicial service systems, the law enforcement, the forensic scientists, the investigators, if this coordination is not timely and it's not forthcoming, it goes a long way to affect the quality of the work we do. And I think one of the challenges we have been facing as forensic investigators when it comes to claims is this lack of coordination and collaboration from state institutions. Yes, we believe that data protection, the law is there, but sometimes I feel that the law in some cases protects the criminals against the innocent. Because if you need to get some information, some data to process or speed up your work, what happens is that you go through a lot of stress and processes before you can even get the court order, to get the green light, and all these things help, it stalls, impedes the progress of work. Therefore, it is important that the coordination and collaboration between the stakeholders is taken very keen notes at, because it will go a long way in helping us be able to support the system. Because I believe that the work of the private entities, the state institutions, the forensic scientists, all of us are working together to fight one common aim, which is to fight and stop crime in the country. Therefore, I believe that if we can all help each other when it comes to the work we do, to go a long way to help us. And then, yeah, the legal barriers and insufficient training. So I think that Prof said something that I was very happy about, that they are having conversations with the legal structures and the legal system. I believe that they need to be aware that there are some investigations that you don't even need an eyewitness to be there to be able to testify in court. Science, for instance, science can just do the job equally. Yes, I believe that if their knowledge is being upgraded on this, if there is a lot of training and awareness in this regard, it will go a long way in helping us, because a lot of people, as the earlier speakers said, are in jail not because of a crime they committed, but it's because of the lack of evidence to support their innocence. So if there is a lack of evidence to support somebody's innocence, and because of that, they will be rotting in jail. If somebody is being denied justice because of lack of evidence, when, for instance, science can provide that evidence, I don't think that there should be a problem in facilitating or accepting some of these systems to help us move forward. All right, so the power of the collaboration. So I believe that if the government agencies will strengthen the forensic fraud units and legal frameworks, it will go a long way to help. Because we have countless cases that the evidence is there. You can get, so use the traditional forensic methods like getting the call records, getting the analysis of their locations, you get some footages and other things, and the legal system is putting impediments on your way on how to use this evidence. So I believe that if the government agencies will strengthen some of these legal frameworks, it will help us. And I think Dr. Prof. Adoko mentions few of the laws that are supporting the infrastructure, and some laws that we need to have a look at, because if a law was there in 1975, I believe that we are in the millennium. Some of these things should be looked at again so that we can inculcate the new changes that we have in our digital space, our cyberspace to fit in properly. Now, we also entreat, and we are still in talk with some foreign insurance companies to invest in forensic training and fraud detection technologies, because I believe that if just few people know what to do, at worst case, sometimes to even preserve the evidence before the experts come and collect these evidences is very key. Therefore, if we are able to invest in trainings and then educate the people on how to even preserve evidences, this cyber evidences, digital evidences, whatever evidence we can preserve, or how to even make use of some of these techniques, these trainings will go a long way in helping. And then we also will encourage the collaboration with private investigators, forensic institutions, the government agencies, and all that to provide expertise training, policy advocacy to the regions. I believe that, as Prof. Adoko said, that now they are having some radio programs and other advocacy, are trying to come up with other advocacy things. I think it's a good thing. And I'll also entreat the Forensic Post that their efforts in ensuring the publicity on forensic investigations and forensic scientists shouldn't end here. I believe that we can use that platform to also collaborate and then create strong advocacies that will sound it well, make the noise, create the awareness so that all partners, all stakeholders will be very much aware and all be on board for us to be able to achieve the purpose we want to achieve and see forensic science at the height that we want to see it. And even though forensic science is not very old in Ghana, especially, I think since 2015 to now, I think it's not too old as other countries have had. However, I believe that the kind of resources, the kind of people that we are grooming and we are bringing out, I believe is very encouraging. Therefore, the strong advocacy to sound it to the ground, to the core, will be a great way to bridge the gap. And also, we are calling on private partnerships. So we know that this platform is an international platform. We have people from all over the world joining on this platform. Therefore, we are also calling on you that if we have people in places that for instance, have already grown to that level, some level that you can extend some hand in helping the developing countries like us, we would also entreat you that you come in to partner with us, because your support, your partnership will go a long way in strengthening the forensic science in Ghana and other developing countries. Now, we will also call for cross-sector partnership to enhance fraud detection and resolution, because we believe that everything we have put together, if we are not able to use it well, then the work will just be fruitless. Okay, yes. So let's strengthen the collaboration between the forensic institutions, insurers, and governments as well. And also, let's advocate for legal reforms to integrate forensic science into fraud investigations. I think that the advocacies would help to make it a very important piece of every fraud investigations, because from my experience and from the little I have seen so far, we have done so tremendously well integrating forensic science into our fraud investigations. And we have saved most of the insurance companies millions of cedis, and others will say thousands of dollars when it comes to claims payment. Therefore, let's call for legal reforms and integrate forensic science into our fraud investigations. And I believe that by doing that, we'll be able to improve trust in the insurance sector through transparency and efficiency. Because while the public is well aware of how their actions, their inactions, the trails that they leave behind after they commit some crimes can be discovered, and because of that, they can be denied of certain benefit that is due them because of their crimes. I believe that it will create transparency and it will improve the public trust in the insurance industries as well. Now, on an ending note, I would say forensic science is key to detecting and preventing insurance fraud. Therefore, collaboration between stakeholders will build a more effective system. Fraud thrives in the absence of detection, but forensic science is the light that exposes deception. Let's all come together. Let's all help fight fraud. Let's all help ensure that forensic science is accepted by all, is integrated into our legal framework, collaboration between government agencies, other private institutions, and across board, all stakeholders are in one accord supporting this dream to ensure that forensic science become part of every fraud investigations we do in Ghana. Thank you very much. Please, if you have any questions or discussions, contributions, please feel free.
Thank you, Mrs. Ato, for your inspiring presentation. So today we learned a lot about forensic science, challenges during the investigation and insurance fraud cases, and how there is a lack of specialized forensic infrastructure, and how there are legal barriers and insufficient trainings. Also, we learned about the power of collaborations, all thanks to you, Mrs. Ato. So now we will move on to Q&A session. So this is your chance to ask questions directly to our speakers. The participants can raise their hands and we'll try to get as many as possible. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
All right. So thank you so much for this presentation. I learned a lot from this. So I have a question to ask on behalf of my students. I would like to find out, I think during your presentation, you mentioned having some seasoned forensic professionals among you, and my students being forensic science students. I want to ask if there are any opportunities for them to have some internships or some trainings. That is to have a collaboration with your organization. Is there something that you can help my students with? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Frank, for that question. Yes, so we are open to help students, especially because we believe that just having the classroom knowledge without any field experience does not pose a lot of confidence in them when they come out. Therefore, yes, we are open to receive people for internships as well. And when it comes to the trainings, we are offering 10% discount on all our training packages. So everybody who is on board today, if you want to have any forensic science training, the bits where they're on field, the ones the hands-on ones we can use, you can contact us and we'll have a very good discount for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So, yes, Miss Lucy.
Okay, so adding up to what my lecturer said, Mr. Frank Fiadve said, as we all are embarking on this advocacy mission, I think most of these private institutions, they are supposed to make it known to those um, institutions which are offering these forensic programs, so that you also know that they are open for collaboration, and then to make it easy for us to go to them, because some of them are there. The whole process that you have to undergo before you get a collaboration, it entails a lot, which normally discourages our leaders from going to them. So I think if they will make things smoother for us, it will really help us, so that you will get encouraged and then put much effort in this field, which is the forensic science. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Lucy. Yes, I think that Primer Due Diligence Consult, we started having conversations with Cape Coast University, and I believe that Prof. Adoko would also testify that we came to the UCC, we've opened our doors that their students can come in. Yes, we've not been able to replicate same in other various institutions because we are not a very big institution, so we can't take much people at a go. However, I believe that since the internship period is mostly 1 month, we can be alternating and then replicate same for others. We are ready to help students improve on their knowledge. So yes, please, We would also make sure that we reach out to the other schools so that those who have interest in having some hands-on experiences with the private institutions can know that we are ready for collaborations. Thank you, Lucy.
You're welcome.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, hello, please, I can hear you.
Yes. Madam CEO, I'm really grateful for your presentation. It was very educative. But then I would like to know what your company is doing to integrate other aspects of forensics apart from fraud detection and claims
Okay.
investigation. Whether they
Okay.
are
Okay, so I think we also do document fraud examinations. We are blessed to have one of the best fraud examiner in our midst. I think there are only 4 in Ghana, and we have one with Prima GDC, which is a great blessing and a privilege. So we do that as well. And as regards to the other aspect of forensic science, we are seeking external collaborations because the tools and the machines that we need, the software, some of them are quite expensive. So we are still in talk with other foreign partners to come and then partner with us whilst we'll be able to provide a variety or a wide range of forensic services to the region. Thank you.
you're most welcome.
Thank you very much once again, ma'am, and all the participants who had their questions. And also everybody, thank you all for attending today. So we had an incredible morning packed with learning and inspiration, and it's now time to take a small break for lunch. So let us all have the break and begin by 1:30 as we continue with our ma'am, Miss Lydia. So see you all.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. I hope we all are back from the lunch. Welcome back. So I hope you all are feeling refreshed and ready for the next session. Our final keynote speaker for day one is Ms. Lydia Monsa, who is an accomplished researcher in the field of biotechnology with extensive experience in plant metabolomics, seed technology, post-harvest science, bioplastic, and food safety. She earned her PhD from Ben Gurion University at Israel and is currently dedicated lecturer in the Department of Biotechnology at UTS. Over the years, she has supervised both graduate and undergraduate students in biotechnology, guiding them towards academic and professional success. Please give a warm welcome to Ms. Lydia Ponsa.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the invitation to this webinar. Thank you, Mr. Wakilu, for your hard work in putting this together. I hope I can share, right?
Yes, you can.
Please, I hope you can all see my screen. Hello.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Lydia Kwansa, as has been introduced. I'm currently the head of the Department of Forensic Sciences in the Faculty of Biosciences at the University for Development Studies in Tamale, in the northern part of Ghana. What I'm going to talk about has already been captured in the previous talk. So I hope not to take long, probably a few things that I'll mention that has not been mentioned already. So I want us to look at strengthening forensic science in Africa and for that matter, Ghana. I believe this is very important in forging the way forward for justice delivery in Ghana. I believe Chief Superintendent Mercy mentioned already defined what forensic science is, so I'm not going to go through that. Professor Adoko also did justice to other places. So basically, I want us to see how we can strengthen forensic science in Africa. And in doing this, it requires a multifaceted approach that addresses infrastructure development, which I believe Chief Superintendent Mercy mentioned it, and Professor Adoko also mentioned it during their presentation, capacity building and collaborative and networking. So when we come to infrastructure development, we want to look at how to establish modern forensic laboratories. And we happen to hear a talk from Chief Superintendent, who is the head of the Forensic Science Laboratory under the police, Ghana Police Services, if I believe I heard that right. So when it comes to that, since we already have such laboratories existing, what we basically need is to upgrade it and then also to establish new ones that has state-of-the-art equipment and technology. Currently, and I believe if Chief Superintendent is still online, she will agree with me that the Forensic Science Laboratory is only one, which is situated in Ghana, in Accra, the capital city of Ghana. So the question is, what about the other 15 regions that are left? So then does it mean that anytime there is a crime of any that nature and evidences are collected, it needs to be shipped to Accra, which in a way, it's not good. So it means that every region, for that matter, if we cannot establish it in every district, at least every regional capital should have forensic science laboratory in order to facilitate forensic investigation. We need to also look at improving storage and handling of evidences, which is very important. The question is that in the current system of forensic investigation, the service personnel, whether in the police service or under the criminal investigation department, do they have the enough training to handle evidences? So if this is not there, then we need to ensure that that training is given in order to ensure proper storage when these evidences are collected, and also how they are handled, and also in order to make sure that there is no contamination or loss of these evidences. Forensic science is still a new area in Ghana, as we've all heard. And in most cases, I believe that if you should ask how evidences are kept, I'm sure that that will be lacking. When we cast our mind to what we read or see in the developed countries, you can see that evidences collected from several years later on, they go back to it and they are able to exonerate innocent people who were incarcerated. And we can see this from the DNA project that was started in the United States of America, which eventually exonerated a lot of people who were falsely accused. We need to also look at developing digital forensic capabilities, which the CEO of Premier Due Diligence did a lot talk about it. So Africa, and for that matter, Ghana, need to invest in digital forensic tools and training to tackle cybercrime and digital evidence analysis. And cybercrime is here with us, and I believe that it will continue. The next thing is capacity building. When it comes to capacity building, we are looking at training and capacity development. So here, the African region need to look at providing regular training and workshop for forensic scientists, like what we are looking at now. I believe this is probably the first international conference. My department, before, it's pretty new. I mean, I give credence to UCC, which started the training of forensic students in Ghana before UDS came on board. The other universities, I believe, at least I know of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, they train MSc students, and I think they've started a PhD program in forensic science. So we are barely 5 years. We have 3 streams of students, so level 100, level 200, and level 300 students. And basically, we need to train more students in this area, because we have the police training academy, which trains when people are recruited into the police service. But the question is that, are they trained to use science in investigation? Because this is actually the way forward. So we need to train more students. And either 2 or 3 years ago, when my department started, I think before we even had our first batch of students, in collaboration with a non-governmental organization, which is led by Mr. Said Sise, I believe he's also going to present in this conference. We organized a forensic workshop, which was a physical workshop in Tamale, in my institute. And we brought security personnel and a lot of people. We talk about how to advance. We had training, which was very good. So I believe there is more of this which needs to be done. And also not only forensic scientists, but to bring lawyers, judicial officers, and many more, in order so that there is a synergy and not that everyone is working in their own spaces. There is also the need for scholarships and fellowship, which is very important. So we should be looking at offering scholarship and fellowship for African forensic scientists and practitioners to pursue advanced degrees and training not necessarily abroad, but if we have the people who can teach, like Madam Doris said that they have one of the best digital forensics in Ghana, few, and they have some of them. So such people can train. And when it comes to training in the aspect of DNA, I believe UDS, we have the expertise. I myself am a biotechnologist. I work a lot with DNA. And then there are other people also in UDS who do that. And I believe UCC and all the other universities. So all this training can be done here. So government can make available scholarships so that students, because the problem with sending students abroad is that a lot of them go and they see the luxury and they don't want to come back. So then again, we are continuing to see brain drain. So we should look at training the students and maintaining them here to advance the field of forensic science in justice delivery. We should also look at mentorship programs. So here we are looking at the various universities that has the forensic program, establishing mentorship program that can pair experienced forensic scientists already in the police service with the students so that they can already learn, so that immediately they finish their degree, they can be paired and get jobs and then help in advancing the forensic area in justice delivery. We are also looking at collaboration and networking. So the African region should look at regional and international cooperation. So looking at fostering collaboration between African countries, international organizations, and foreign governments to share expertise, resources, and best practices. And I believe this is already being done, because if you look at even databases, which sometimes we lack in Africa, when there is an international crime, they utilize international databases. But in Africa, we have our own bases, database, DNA database, fingerprinting database that we can utilize for forensic investigation. So this is another area that we need to look at. And we also have to pay attention to Forensic Science Association. I believe my students recently informed me that they are forming a Forensic Science Association. I believe UCC already has it. So from there, it can actually go forward, and then we can, I think Professor Adoko in his delivery made mention of, even we have boards that regulate medical doctors. What about a board that will also regulate the forensic practices, so that, you know, people do it ethically? So that is also very important. So establish and strengthen forensic science associations in Ghana, Africa, to promote networking, knowledge sharing, and advocacy. Then we also need to look at interagency collaboration, where we encourage collaboration between law enforcement agencies and forensic laboratories, private ones, so that then there could be private forensic organization that can support in justice delivery, also to back up what already is done in the police service. We're also looking at quality assurance and accreditation, and this is also very important. So develop quality management systems. So here, implementation of quality management systems in forensic laboratories to ensure compliance with international standard, very important. Accreditation and certification. Here, forensic labs should pursue accreditation and certification of forensic laboratories, and also which is accepted or are in the conformity with international standards. Then it's also important that there is regular audits and assessments. So regular conducting regular audits and assessments in order to ensure compliance with all international standards. So the next is policy and ethical considerations. And this is an area that we need to pay attention, because we need to formulate a lot of policies in order to back up. So for instance, DNA databases. So when a suspect is arrested, how can their biological samples be taken in order to create a DNA database. You cannot do that currently in Ghana because there is no policy backing. So all this needs to be considered and developed. So develop policy and ethical guidelines. So establishing policy and ethical guidelines for forensic science practices in Africa. Also ensuring transparency and accountability. So here we are looking at promoting transparency and accountability in the forensic science practices to prevent misconduct and ensure justice is very important. And also ensuring to protect human rights. So especially when we are talking about DNA database, if DNA database is built, it's built for forensic science, but not any other, because we know that it can be manhandled, okay, or not selling it for money. So in conclusion, if these strategies are implemented, Africa can strengthen its forensic science capabilities, and this will ensure justice delivery and promote public trust in the justice system. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation on the themes. As one of the pioneers of forensic science in UDS, we appreciate your efforts on broadening the horizons of forensic science in Ghana, Africa, and then the world at large. Thank you once again for your presentation. And then for now, before we get to the question and answers, I would like to go to some of the important points that you brought up, such as the establishment of the modern labs, granting scholarship to expert, mentorship programs for them to build their capacity, and also the developing of policy and an ethical consideration, which will make the work of experts easier in Africa, Ghana, and developing regions. Thank you very much once again. Now, please, we'll move on to the question and answers. Please, if anyone has a question for our speaker, you kindly raise your hand, unmute yourself, and ask your question, or better still, you can type in the chat box. Please, am I audible? Do you have
Yes,
any questions for our speaker?
Hello, I'm here.
Okay.
All right, so this is Frank. Mine is more of a suggestion. I am happy to have sat under this presentation, Doc. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful one. We thank God that the HOD for UCC is also here, Professor Adoko. So I am suggesting for a possible collaboration, just as Dr. Kwanzaa mentioned that we have student associations that are able to look at forensic practices among the students. I am hoping for a collaboration between the HODs as well, so that things that we have like exchange programs for students outside the country, we can have an internal one whereby there are some things that are lacking in UCC that the UDS has, and there are some that are lacking the UDS that UCC has. So with that, the students can have an overall feel of all these things before they graduate from their 4-year program. So this is what I want to propose. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Is there any other question?
Hello and good afternoon. So my name is Elizabeth, and thank you so much, Dr. Lydia, for your contribution. I've been sat in this conference for a couple of hours now, and I think what we all seem to know what what our problem or what the main issues are and how to go about addressing it. And it appears that we all understand that forensic science started in Ghana. It's not well known. And if there's anything that we're currently doing or what is currently being done is those that have got the certification or are being aware that is fostering forensic science at the moment, i.e. this conference, for instance. Just as a suggestion, which I would like to put forward, is that with 3 or 4 institutions that are currently doing or have forensic science as at BSc or MSc level, and as the previous speaker just said, that maybe there could be a collaboration, and where one institution knowing what they have and then comparing it, exchange programs within the institutions. I don't know if there is any awareness of the African forensic science, which is based in Kigali. So last year they had their inaugural conference, and I think it's something that I am a member, so you can be a member as well. So aside being a member of your forensic science societies within your respective institutions, on an international level, you could have that opportunity to be a member, so you know what is going on. And the reason why I'm saying this is because you can't practice forensic science without policy, without regulatory, or without compliance. You cannot do anything, because then we won't be able to build that strength, convince the public that, oh, this is the evidence, we've analyzed this, therefore this is the truth, and then therefore we can prosecute whoever it is, or acquaint the criminal. You cannot do or work forensic does you can't work, um you can't practice forensics without having policies in place. So for Ghana to be able to have or to practice forensic, I think we have to get some information or expand our scope by first and foremost knowing how do we go about writing our policies, quality control, quality assurance. And I think engaging in these international organizations, which the African Forensic Science Association in Kigali, it's aiming to do that. And again, this whole week it's been the 76th American Association for Forensic Sciences has been going on. So there's been a lot that is going on, and I will also encourage anybody here as a student to utilize and maximize your LinkedIn, because that's where you can get the connection and the networking that you need to know. Because without policies, without regulatory, without compliance, forensic will not hold. We all know what the problem is, but we need someone. We need to be able to back at the right door, but we're currently not backing at the right door. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your contribution. Please, are there any questions or contributions, suggestions? You're welcome to speak.
To add a little bit to what Elizabeth said, I think that when it comes to the policy formulation at the country level, so this bigger association, so for instance, she's mentioning the African Forensic Science, I don't know whether it's association organization, can actually impress upon governments to lead in the policy that can actually strengthen the development of forensic science in each region. Because for instance, I think during my presentation, I mentioned that in Ghana, you cannot take a suspect and take their biological sample for DNA extraction because there is no policy. So if the person knows they are right and they said, no, I will not allow you, you can't. So there should be policy. So far as you've been implicated and then the crime scene has been swapped and then your biological sample has been seen, even though you are now just a suspect, you need to give your DNA so that at least, they can check and see and then be able to solve the crime. So I think this organizations can really do a lot in pushing for policy formulation. I think there is Vanessa Lynch from South Africa is doing a lot when it comes to that. I mean, she even organized a first DNA conference in Accra, I think about 2 years ago, I think 2022, if I remember correctly, I was there. And I think it starts from somewhere. So we should be able to push for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lydia.
Hello, must I ask my question?
Okay, yeah, sure. Go on.
Hi, it's Vanessa Lynch. Thank you for that, and it's been interesting listening to your presentation. A lot of what you've said, as you know, I've written about quite extensively too, and collaboration is key. But I think that what we need to do this year is we need to start putting our words into actions. I think we've now raised the issues, and I think they've been spoken about and published and presented quite extensively. What I'd like to really see is what are our next actionable steps that are going to be taken to change some of the issues that we raise. For instance, you mentioned policy. What are the barriers that are preventing policy from actually being passed? Why are there no countries other than South Africa and a couple of others which have very basic laws? Why don't we have DNA laws in more countries in Africa? I'm still not sure why Ghana hasn't passed specific DNA laws. I'm going to Zambia in a couple of weeks and I'm working with their drafters because they're very keen to actually pass DNA laws and they need assistance with drafting them. Why can't more countries utilize these services or get together regionally to do this? So that's my question to the current speaker, is do you know what the barriers are for you not actually taking this direction in your country? Thank you.
Hi, is that Vanessa Lynch? Okay, hello.
Hi, it is me. It is Vanessa.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi there.
Yeah. Okay. So on your question of what is impeding the policy, I think it's, I don't know, probably we don't really have policymakers who are actually interested in that. I mean, that's the only thing I can say. So probably for now, the 3 universities that have started the forensic program, maybe the heads of departments can come together. Because the problem is that in Ghana, when you want a policy to be passed, if it's not coming from the government itself and it's an individual thing, it's quite expensive because you need to actually pay for it to be passed. So what it means is that then the universities that are currently running forensic programs, we will probably need to sit and then draft something and now look for a policymaker who is strongly for justice. And then we ask them that can they look for people who are interested, and then they pass it. So it should be like something that they are drafting. So it's coming from the government, because I'm not so sure that the universities can actually sponsor that. So for me, I think, I don't know whether Professor Aduku is still online and probably he can say something to it. But for me, I think once it's not coming from the government, it's a bit difficult. And if it's coming from individual, then passing of it is also not easy. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I mean, if I may just add to that, I mean, when I started lobbying, and that was from one person, initially to get the South African DNA laws in place, it gained strength and it gained public support. So there was pressure on the government from the public because they understood that it was necessary, specifically because we have a very high crime rate here. And then government had to take notice of it, and the policy was put in place and presented to government. So my point is that I think if there's enough interest either from academics and from the public, the first step is to, as you say, find a champion within government who understands this is necessary. Because until you get government, they're not going to support it financially. But I really do recommend that if there is enough interest from good
I believe
people
that
get together.
just like you pushed for it.
Yes. Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, Dr. Lydia, I think, yes, the question is very legitimate. And yeah, I know for Ghana, it is the parliament that passed some of these laws. And we basically need someone who advocates for us. As you said, yes. So it has to start from somewhere. So if we get a parliamentarian who is interested, then just like what happened with this LPTGQ issue, I mean, one parliamentarian took it up, and it became a national issue. Everyone wanted to make sure this is come to a fruition. But you know, this is something that we can push. I think we need to start from somewhere. As Doug said, we need to pull our resources together. Maybe we need to liaise together as institutions and then push it. But we can do that when we have very strong, associations behind us. So we need to strengthen our association. And then aside the student association, we need to have a forensic science association. So that we are registered and known, and therefore our grievances can be met. So I think it is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Adoku, for your contribution to this matter. Please, do you have any other suggestions or questions to our speakers?
Hello.
Hello, you're audible.
Okay, all right. I think all the suggestions and contributions are really great. It seems like Vanessa Lynch said, we all know the problem. We need to take action. We need policies. We need that. And this thing has been here for over a decade or so, but nothing seems to be happening. And then it looks like we have to now move from a stage of discussions to a state of more of actions instead of discussions. The associations can be formed, and already we have some associations in existence. I want to use the Ghana Academy of Forensic Science. Ghana has an Academy of Forensic Science, and it's really sad that you talk to a lot of people in the forensic science practice, people who are really well established in the forensic science, and they don't even know that the Ghana Academy of Forensic Science exists. And that association has been there, I think, to the best of my knowledge, since 2015. That is almost 10 years. It was Forensic Science Society of Ghana. Before, due to some naming issue, they had to rename it to Ghana Academy of Forensic Science. And the association was formed basically for these issues, to work on policies and try to strengthen forensic science within Africa and within Ghana and in Africa at large. But the thing is that at the moment, the association is now like, it's kind of very cool. Like the energy that was being used to begin the association 10 years ago, it's no more there. So I would like to hear from our what is the name, our panelists and also speakers and all audience. What is really the issue? Like, what actually is the problem? How can we move from a state of just making the issue of forensic science as a passive problem to something that is active, and they really need to resolve it? Because if you go and look at the crime statistics in Ghana, it's not that we don't really need forensics. We need it here. And if you had forensic science, a lot of cases that have been there that have not been solved would have been solved. If you look online and you search, for example, taking a serious crime like murder, the rate at which murder is being solved is like out of let's say about 80% of murders go unsolved, like murder cases, homicide cases, over 80% of them are not being unsolved. And when you look at all these things, it boils down not only to forensic science, but forensics would have played a major role to try to reduce all these, let's say, cases to at least, even let's say 50%. It would have done a drastic change to the rate at which we solve crimes. But we know the challenges, we know we need it, and then we know that crime itself, it's a very expensive, let's say, thing. If you don't solve the problem or you don't try to mitigate crime, the repercussions outweigh or outcost the amount of money that would have been needed or the energy needed to have prevented the crime altogether. So I would leave this in out so that I could also hear from our speakers audience what is really the challenge, because all these steps have been made. You could all look into the Ghana Academy of Forensic Science after a year and then look at the progresses, the establishment, which I was a student member. And at this very moment, I don't really know the state of the whole establishment. It looks like we just form the association, we just do something, and then at a certain point, everyone just push out and then leave the forensic science still pending. I have another thing to add, but I would pause here and then hear from our panelists and our distinguished participants and speakers. What can we do? What is the problem?
Well, I think Vanessa had already stated it, and I think she has even said something at in the chat. She started, and in fact, the DNA law in South Africa passed. Yes, you've mentioned that we have the Forensic Science Association in Ghana, but did you even started to draft a policy? So if this is not done, then it's totally, so for the 10 years, what was it? Because as Vanessa had just said, that we can start from the policy, which is the most important. And since she pushed for it, the DNA laws in South Africa has been passed, and currently they have over 1 million profile on their DNA database and 3 states forensic science laboratories. So I guess that we can start from somewhere. Probably our Chief Superintendent Mercy was on this. A few of us can come together with her help, and Vanessa has also said that she can help. We put up something, look for an MP, a member of parliament who is very strong on justice delivery. Ask him to have a look at it, and then start pushing from there, so that we actually start taking action, and then it's not talk. So that is my little bit on that. Thank you.
Dr. Lydia, I appreciate your submission. I totally agree with you. And just to add to that, since you were part of the academy, you might know some of the people that were in there. You could also get involved with the respective associations within the universities to come on board to draft things, and as a practical thing to gain public interest, because it will be really, really interesting to have the public on board when you explain things to them and you tell them what you're trying to have your aims and your objectives, sell it out to them. They'll buy it, and then you're going to get that public interest where you can then put it forward to a member of parliament, MP, and then hopefully that gets to the government. And yeah, like Vanessa has suggested, who knows, but it needs to be active. It's not just about talking. So if you're asking what do we do, I think we already know what to do. It's about putting in place timeline and then going and executing what we need to do. So yeah.
Thank you. And then to add up, I think all these universities that are training students in forensic science are actually public universities. And these public universities work hand in hand with the government. So I think it would be best if these policies are sent by these universities to the government, and they'll be able to work on it rather than an individual trying to forward this to the government. So since the universities are public universities, I think that's the best place for this challenge to be addressed.
On that tangent, I will contact Professor Aduku and then the student organization, and then we can see what we can bring together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lydia. If there's no other contribution, is there any other contribution or question to any of the speakers so far?
I think I have a small contribution. Actually, I thank my HOD, Dr. Lydia, for whatever that she has said, and then Ms. Vanessa as well. And then as they taking it upon themselves to work this out, I plead with them on behalf of my colleagues, students, that they should put in much effort. It shouldn't be a one-day thing. As we discuss it here, they should
I think the person is having some technical issues with and the suggestion. Please, is there any other question or suggestions? Vanessa, please, I can see your hands up. Do you have any other suggestion or questions?
Just to say, I know this is an international conference, and I know most of the conversation so far has been in relation to Ghana, but I will also urge other nationals within the continent, like Kenya, any all the African countries on board or who are present here, to also try and take this as an initiative to want to implement that, because it shouldn't just be one country. We want to advocate for forensic science across board. So if there's any way that they can also, take a page from what has been discussed so far, it would be really great to for them to also, do something within their respective countries as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. There's been a slight change in the program at the end. The next speaker has an emergency to attend to. So this period we'll be having an interactive service. We'll be having an interactive session now. And then I want everyone on board, both the speakers, the audience from the developing and developed countries as well. The matter we'll be talking about for this interactive session will be about how we can strengthen forensic science in our regions. I'll open the floor for anyone who has anything to say about this topic. How can we strengthen forensic science in our regions?
Okay, so please let me come in.
Yes, please.
Okay. Before we move to the interactive session, I would just like to go over this again. We are supposed to have Miss Ruth, to come and talk about Dalemi Forensic Science. She's our partner for the event, and Miss Ruth is based in Indonesia. So she is the president of Dalemi Forensic Science, an organization that is also dedicated to promote forensic science in Indonesia. Like we know, Indonesia is also an Asian country, which is also developing its capability in terms of forensic science. Forensic science practice over there is also quite low. So she took the initiative to have Dalemi Forensic Science, where she can be having online conferences like this. short courses, and a whole lot of things to educate the Indonesian people and also other interested people from other developing countries within Asia and other parts of the world to join and benefit from this intriguing field of forensic science. However, unfortunately, she's not able to make her presentation because she had an emergency. It's more of like an hospital or health issue, and then she's not able to join us. For that reason, as someone who is partnering with her and also her friend in her friend and partner in Dalami Forensics, I'm taking charge to talk briefly about I'm taking this I'm taking this window to talk briefly about Dalami Forensic Science and also to introduce our participants to know about Dalami Forensic Science. I would like to share my screen and then introduce the website of Dalami Forensic Science for us to just see a brief of what the whole organization is about and what we have done so far in Dalami Forensic, if that is fine.
Yes, you can do that.
I believe my window is showing my screen is visible. Is my screen visible?
That's it. Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. So there's Miss Ruth, and then she's the president of Dalami Forensic Science. She has been a mate from National Forensic Science University, India, and we have collaborated in terms of putting Dalami Forensic Science together. We've organized several conferences and workshops for the past few years, trying to educate people within Indonesia in terms of forensic science, and especially in areas of cybersecurity and then neuro psychology. And if you come over here, you'll find a brief articles that was being shared by members of the Dalami Forensic Science team. So we have interesting articles that you could come on board to read. I can see one interesting short article I wrote here, Introduction to Forensic Science. So if you are here and you are new to forensic science, I'll recommend you go to the Dalami Forensic Science website, look for the blog titled Introduction to Forensic Science, and I believe you'll find it an interesting read. Also, you'll see some of the past conferences and short workshops that we did online on this Dalami website, where you could have a much appreciation for what Dalami is doing. And I'm treat each and everyone here, if you are in Indonesia and then you see anything about Dalami Forensic Science, try to support and help push the cause. It's by this way that we can all push the issue of forensic science across all board. It's not just in Ghana. And like, I don't know, is it, I'm not really sure. One, this leader who said that and a problem somewhere, it's more of like an injury. I'm trying to paraphrase. An injustice in one part of the world is an injustice to the entire world. It's not only that particular place. If there's a problem in one place, it's moved into other areas. We all know that the world now is now like a global village. If forensic science in Ghana is not fine, and then the other part of the world don't come in to contribute or help to support forensic science in Ghana, all the other parts of Ghana will have better justice delivery system, forensic science. However, we should know that like right now, crime kind of move across borders. There could be a situation in Ghana here whereby, let's say South Africa, with all their sophisticated and advanced techniques in forensic science, they will be how will I call it? They will hit a roadblock when the issue moves into Ghana. They will not be able to solve the issue once it leaves the borders of South Africa. So the issue about forensic science should be across all board. Let's try to help developing nations or developing countries to be at par in terms of forensic science practice with developed nations. So I would like to end the intro about Dalami Forensic Science here, and I would invite each and everyone here to visit the website at least once after the session to see what this wonderful lady is doing here for forensic science in Indonesia and other parts of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Minta. So now we can begin our interactive section. And then what we have on board is how can we strengthen forensic science in our regions? Anyone having any idea, contribution can come on board. And we will plead with our speakers to also join us with this interaction.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, how do you say?
Yeah. Yes. So you asking members to contribute to how to strengthen forensic science in our region. I think all the speakers today has made a very strong contribution on that. And I think probably strengthening forensic science in developing countries, we said we require a multifaceted approach, which include investment in infrastructure, training, policy development, and then the collaborations. So let's maybe talk about the investment in infrastructure and equipment. You get it? So we basically need to establish well-equipped forensic laboratories with modern tools for DNA analysis, toxicological analysis, ballistics, and digital forensics. I know the Ghana Police Service is well equipped. We all believe that is the only one lab in the whole West Africa. You cannot boast of any, apart from South Africa. And then recently I heard Uganda is also doing same. So this is the way out to go. I think if we establish such a well-equipped lab, we will strengthen forensic science activities. And then we ensure stable electricity and internet access to support forensic operations. Of late, doing so, and it's not only in Ghana. When you get to other African countries, Nigeria is west. South Africa is also experiencing same. I don't know about Kenya and the rest. And so we need to ensure that we have a stable electricity and all that. And then we create regional forensic centers to reduce case backlog. And that is what was asked by one of the panel about Madam Macy, I think the director of CID, director of Forensic Science Lab. So if we are able to do that, and I'm advocating for private, partners to come into this. We need to have private forensic science labs and all that. The interest in forensic science basically is completely zero in Africa. If you ask anyone to go and do forensic science, the first question the person will ask you, after your studies, what are you going to do? You will not get any job to do. So why do you have to go and do forensic science? They want profession immediately after that. They will be able to get job to do. So if all these labs comes to be, they are all in place, people will want to come and do forensic science. And so we need to create that regional forensic centers so that more people can be, absorbed into the field. Then we also talk about capacity building and training. Capacity building and training, which I also touched on that. We need to train law enforcement officers. They need forensic science training. Forensic scientists and then legal professionals in forensic procedures and evidence handling. In fact, we need to train them. We need to get them to understand that protecting evidence is crucial. And then more importantly, if you look at the necessity behind protecting evidence, to get the integrity of your evidence being what controlled and so on and so forth. So it is very important we build a very strong capacity to meet some of this. And then we partner with the universities to offer specialized forensic science programs. Yes, which is also being, organized international collaborations. We have also said that. And then the third one, which I also want to touch on, is the legislation and policy development, which we have said as a matter of urgency, we need to, as soon as possible, we need to develop one. We need to develop one. All African countries. I know South Africa is on its way. Uganda, yes. What about Ghana? Can we also do same? Yes, we should be able to do same. So we need to strengthen our legal frameworks to regulate forensic investigations and ensure the admissibility of forensic evidence in court. And then we establish independent forensic institutions to prevent political interference. But very, very interesting. Indeed, we have one lecturer here in a biochemistry department. He was working with this, Standard Authority? And he was their forensic scientist. And because of interference of a case he was involved in, he has to resign and come to the university. So these are some of the issues. All right. Then lastly, let me also talk about the public-private international partnership. Yeah, collaboration with international forensic organizations, Interpol, UN, ODC, FBI, for funding, training, and technology transfer. And then this is the way to go. So we've started liaising with some of these, organizations, even though it's very difficult to get them to sponsor and fund some of the things. But for training, yes, most of our students go to police, some go to fire service, some goes to Yoko for some of this training. So I think if we all do same, probably we will get there. We'll get there. So that is also good. And then we talk about community awareness and trust building, which we've also discussed. So all these things, when we are able to do it well, I'm sure we'll be able to strengthen forensic science in our region. I think I don't want to say everything, so I will just end here and allow other participants to also contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay. So I also want to add something, some few words. I believe that another means we can make forensic science attractive or improve it in the regions would be that if our scientists make the courses attractive, they show people what they can do with the
Exactly.
science, how their sciences can help improve for the
Exactly.
investigations. I think I've been doing this work for a very long time. I didn't have much interest in forensic science until I had a forensic team joining my company. That is when I saw the need. They made it so attractive and so much necessary that we couldn't do without infusing forensic investigations to fraud investigations. So I believe that there are many people that the schools have been able to train out there. If they would brighten the corner where they are in every little way that they can, they will send a signal that, okay, without much sophisticated tools, if this person can do this, can help in them solve crimes in this way or this manner, I believe that it will make the course attractive and it's very impactful drawing more attention to us and then helping people invest into forensic science in their regions. And I believe that everybody wants to see what you can do before they invest into you.
Exactly.
DC is now penetrating the Rwandan market, the Kigali market. And this is what we have seen, that people want to know what you can offer. They want to see what you are made up of before they can invest in you, put their money or their trust in you. Therefore, if our students, also our professionals who are out there, whether they are in their field or not, if they can start doing something, I believe that it will make a long way and be very impactful in their regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I also want to add just a few in terms of technological advancement. I think as we are developing regions, we also need to um, stop focusing much on the traditional forensic domains. Like we have to incorporate the advanced technologies. For example, in video analysis, we all know we normally focus on the frame analysis, frame by frame analysis and all that, but incorporating AI, which is ruling the world right now, will be a very good improvement. Using CNN, deep learning, and all that, we'll be able to make our analysis better. And also, when it comes to the capacity building and then the training of the law enforcement agencies, aside that, I think they should be able to absorb some of these experts that are already in the field of forensics. We are supposed to train these law enforcement agencies to be able to perform this forensic analysis, but also if they are able to absorb those who are already into this field, I think it will better forensic analysis in the developing regions. And then also, I think we should acknowledge and employ the services of private organizations that have their expertise. Some of these private organizations have people who are well equipped and are able to perform some of this analysis. But maybe to one or two, maybe they are not part of this law enforcement agency, or let's say the police force who perform this analysis. But we need to collaborate with them and then employ their services. I think with that, we will be able to improve forensic in the developing regions more. Yeah.
Okay.
I also like to add this, and I like the last point you raised about collaboration with international bodies organization to help push forensic science in our part of the world. I'm also thinking about collaboration, but from a different angle. I'm thinking of a collaboration from within. We need to have like a collaboration within our region to strengthen I would like to strengthen our cause. There are so many forensic science organizations or institutions within Ghana, both in terms of academia and also like professional works and all those things. But everyone is kind of doing their own thing. And at some point, if you look at it, it seems to look more of like a competition. So I would just like to appeal to all forensic organizations, even though we may have our own personal interests in our organizations, we should try as much as we can to minimize or even remove, like, let's say, competition in any way when it comes to like frontiering forensic science across the developing region, especially in Ghana, and collaborate more. It's by collaborating that we can be very united and have a stronger front to be able to get our leaders to listen to us. If only one organization or two organizations goes, we wouldn't have the voice, like the strength wouldn't be there. But assuming, let's say, we have all the forensic science organizations, all the academic institutions coming together, forgetting about one or two personal differences and not personalize forensic science, but see forensic science as for each and every one, put it out there and then work together. I think we'll be able to make more of an impact, and then there'll be more like the action would move more, like would add more wings to our actions, and then minimize how I call it the passive discussions. So I'm appealing to each and everyone here, and I'm looking forward that hopefully in future we can have something more of like a close stakeholder conference organization where we have like the key stakeholders of forensic science. I may be starting with Ghana. I like the fact that Elizabeth mentioned that even though we are discussing about Ghana, it's because more of the root of forensic post is from Ghana. So the whole discussion looks like it's Ghana. But I hope and I believe other people joining from other African countries and other developing regions would realize or would note that we have almost similar challenges. And I'm hoping that someone from any other country would be able to find our conversations beneficial and be able to implement some of the things that we discussed over here, or even start something like this. Also push for policy changes and then good forensic science practice across his or her region. Because as someone like me or most of the people talking in this conference, there isn't much we can do for any other country apart from talking. But in our place, we can talk and then we can also act. So I'm hoping more of an internal collaboration. Let's work together. Let's not personalize forensic science. Let's see forensic science to be for each and everyone. And then through that, we can be united and we can put down good policies and then push for it to be implemented. That is my submission, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Minta. And
All
then
right.
there's okay.
Yeah. Can I say this?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think yes, we've said it all, but there is one important area which I think is missing. I mean, we talk about research and innovation, and this goes to those of us who are in academia. I mean, we have to we need to encourage forensic science research to develop context-specific solutions, and such as cost-effective DNA testing and all that. Probably, every country has its own way of doing things. The conditions there are different, even though we have a standardized SOPs, which, yes, but we still have to encourage research in the forensic science domain so that we can develop more cost-effective way of doing things. And I hope if we're able to do that, it will support and strengthen the forensic science activities. And so supporting local scientists in developing new forensic methods, which is suited to the country's crime trends and available resources, is very crucial. It looks like we depend on foreign. Almost every method we are using is foreign. And that is why we are finding it difficult to get a solution when it comes to funding, because using foreign things are very costly. And so if we are able to go into this research activities, I think it will go a long way too. So this is what I want to, add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, bro. And there is one suggestion in the chat box by Sharon Obia. It says, actually advocating for criminal database due to the emerging crime wave in Africa. I think Africa can do it. We have the brains, but all are invested elsewhere, and we solicit them after to help their country under a different banner. So this just to say we have the technical know-how, we have the people who are into this field of forensic science, but due to certain reasons, maybe they feel like there are no employment opportunities in their countries or where they are coming from, and therefore they seek or they resort to going to other places actually to look for employment and then give them their expertise rather than bringing it to our domain, let's say bringing it to Africa. So I think this also comes down to the employment issues in the developing regions. We need to employ our own, the experts, so that they'll be able to stay and then they will actually give us their expertise to better analysis in this field of forensic science. Okay, thanks everyone for your contribution in this interactive session. We'll move on to our next speaker. We'll move on to our next speaker. We'll be talking about AI-powered cyber attacks in digital forensics, detecting and mitigating emerging threats.
Hi, everyone.
So our next speaker is Ms. Patience Eram Alakobu, who is a senior penetration tester, business development manager, and director of communication at Invitec Global Limited, specializing in cybersecurity and digital forensics. She's a graduate of Accra Technical University with a second-class upper degree in computer science. She holds several certifications in cybersecurity and is driven by curiosity and innovation in the field. Please welcome Ms. Patience Eram Alofedu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akilu. Hi, everyone. Please let me know if I'm audible enough.
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. So first off, greetings to you, everyone, from wherever you are joining us from, and welcome once again to the first Forensic Science International Conference. And as the aim of this conference the aim of this conference is to bridge the gap in forensic science practices, particularly in developing regions. So I would like to say, whether you are from a forensic background, cybersecurity background, or wherever background, whichever field that you found yourself joining us today, I believe that this team has a significant impact in your field of expertise. He has already said so much about me. I am Patience Eram, the Director of Communication and Business Development Manager at Invitec Global. I am also a cybersecurity engineer, precisely penetration tester, but I am more of a business per se in the cybersecurity domain. Yeah, so I have a short PowerPoint that I would like to share with you, and my focus today, I'll be talking about AI-powered cyber attack. With a brief introduction about Invitec Global, we are known for an offensive security company where we actually take care of organizational system, anything that has to do with penetration testing, offensive security. That is what Invitec Global is all about. So I'll share. Please, can you give me access so I can share my screen, please?
Yes, you can go ahead and share screen.
All right. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, it's feasible.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, so my team for the program is AI Cyber AI-powered cyber attack and digital forensics, detecting and mitigating emerging threats. Then I am a representative from Avitech Global. This is a short profile of me. Patience Aram is my name. I am a penetration tester, precisely. Director of Communication, Business Development Manager. I love everything about cybersecurity, and I have no special talent, but passionately curious to learn more about cybersecurity and then digital forensic, precisely. My focus today, I'll be more concerned about, or I'll be more tailored to offensive aspect where hackers are leveraging artificial intelligence to actually scam people, leverage artificial intelligence to launch an attack or attack on organizations and individuals. Yes. And then how digital forensics are actually helping us to mitigate this or fight back these attacks. All right. So okay, so here's my introduction here. Now, in an era where technology continues to evolve unprecedented pace, so does the threat landscape. And then one of the most significant developments in these recent years has been the rise of artificial intelligence. Now, in my session, my focus is to actually talk about the recent incidents and then the effective measures or countermeasures that we can actually use to combat them. Now, understanding artificial intelligence powered cyber attack. AI-powered cyber attack represents a new dangerous threat vector where malicious actors leverage machine learning and AI to conduct highly sophisticated cyber attacks. Now, this attack actually range from data breach, automated bot attack, disinformation campaign, AI-generated phishing scam, and a lot more. Now, attackers actually use AI to enhance the skill, speed, and the precision of their attacks, making them very difficult to detect and then mitigate. This is where the digital forensics also come in, or the cybersecurity engineers actually comes in, using their expertise, their knowledge to actually find out the loopholes behind this attack and how they are actually leveraging them to attack organizations. Okay. Now, there are some notable incidents that artificial intelligence have actually used to launch an attack on individual organizations and businesses. Yeah, so several notable incidents have highlighted increasing trend in AI-assisted attacks. And then in the recent years, I would say platforms such as TaxRabbit. Please let me know if you can see my screen, please. Hello?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. Now, in the recent years, platforms such as TaxRabbit, WordPress, and Instagram has fallen victim to these attacks, where millions of users have actually or were affected. They are attackers actually use AI to launch an attack on them, deceiving them into giving away their personal information to compromise them. And then sometimes some of them even feel they made the attack so realistic to a point that you can't even tell the difference between a fake message and then an original message. And then this is the use of artificial intelligence to be able to help attackers launch these attacks. Now, for instance, a hacker actually, this is actually like a scenario that happened to an organization that they had to reach out to my company to actually help them solve this problem, where the company's Instagram page has been compromised, completely taken over. So platforms such as TaxRabbit, Hello.
Yes, hello, you're
Hello.
audible. Hello, you're
Okay.
audible.
Okay. So, for instance, hackers use artificial intelligence to actually automate attacks on tax write-offs, leading to significant data breach. Similar thing happens to Instagram, where attacker actually use an AI to automate and then launch an attack on a real estate website, Instagram page, taking over the accounts completely. Now, the company has to reach out to us to do an investigation and then find out how the attack happens and then be able to help them retrieve the accounts back. The cybersecurity experts play their role by doing their reverse engineering, getting to know the kind of attack the person actually launched on them, whether it was on purpose or whether it was randomly launched. And then from there, we have to reach out to our sister company, which happens to be a forensic company, to also play their part in helping them analyze where the threat is actually coming from. Now, this threat actually came from was launched through a bot attack. And now this bot attack is one of the most concerning trend in cyber threats today. And then I would say platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram are actually witnessing an increasing in bots-driven cyber attack, including spreading of false information, launching large-scale phishing campaign, and then conducting distributed denial of service attacks. Now, how does this happen? These AI-powered bots are programmed to mimic human behavior, making them incredibly difficult to detect and even harder to neutralize. So how do we then detect if an attack is actually fake or the tactics behind this? Now, most of the alarming development in this use of artificial intelligence content to deceive users has to do with using highly realistic platforms. So before an attacker launch an attack on you, they monitor what you do, how you go about it, and then the kind of things you like. So let's say, for instance, you are someone who likes watching a YouTube video. You like downloading stuff from the YouTube, and then at the end of the day, the attacker actually sat down, does their research and know that, okay, I can launch this kind of attack on this particular person and it will work for me. So let's take a YouTube, for example, where a hacker can actually create a highly realistic YouTube video designed to actually trick you to downloading a malware. Now, this video literally appear completely to be legitimate, making it extremely difficult for a user or the user to be able to tell whether it is fake or legit. Now, after downloading this, they will launch the attack on you. Then, whatever measures that they need to take, they take it from there. A similar thing also happened, which happens to be a deepfake account, deepfake technology, where an attacker or a hacker use an AI cloning voice to send an information to an employee. Like the person has to, the attacker may make a cloning AI to mimic a company CEO to send an employee to actually approve a transaction. Now, the finance person has finally approved the account, and then later got to know that this is actually not my CEO, but it's an actually AI that does that. Now, how did we get to know that this is how the person did it? If cybersecurity engineers have to come in, do the analysis, reverse engineering, and other stuff, and then we seek the help of the forensic, because now forensic, as we see, is not just a traditional means or anything that has to do with just a scene with a fingerprint on it. No, it's actually going digital, and we have to, that is where we engage our sister companies to come in, help us get the reversal or do an online investigation about how the person was able to launch this attack on the person. Another one, which happens to be a phishing email, came through in a form of business email compromisation in a fraudulent attack format. Now, when all of these attacks are happening, we need a role of digital forensic experts or forensic science experts to actually handle this for us. And then how do they do this? Now, the process of collecting, analyzing, and then preserving electronic evidence, which actually help in identifying attack patterns, tracing criminals, and strengthening cybersecurity defense. And then there are some key forensic techniques to actually addressing this, which happens to be an AI-powered threat detection, malware analysis, reverse engineering, network traffic analysis, and behavioral analysis. And then how does this happen? Now, with detecting this, first off, now detecting AI-powered cyber attack. If the attack happened, and then for us to be able to work this out to understand what's actually happening. Please give me a minute. Okay, so in detecting artificial intelligence powered cyber attack, hackers are using artificial intelligence to launch smart and then more dangerous cyber attacks. And then there are tools or there are indications of AI-powered attack. If an attacker is actually launching an attack on you, how do you get to know that this is an AI attack that the person is launching on me or it's happening to me? The first one is the unusual network traffic pattern, high-frequency targeted phishing campaign, and then bots mimicking human-like interaction. And how does this happen? With the unusual network traffic, attackers actually leverage AI malware or leverage AI-driven to, how do I put it? Okay. To be able to identify or to get the indication of this attack pattern, they leverage AI malware because they learn how to network normally and then function to and adjust its attack method to avoid detection. So an attacker can be in your system for a very long time without making a sound. And they hide within a normal traffic pattern and only strike when it finds an opening. So it depends on individual updating our software, the kind of software that we are using, how efficient are we, how often do we update them? Do we leave them to go outdated for a very long time before we?
Please, we have 5 minutes now. Can you quickly wrap up?
Yeah, yes, please, sure. Now, after this indication, there are tools to detect them, which happens to be intrusion detection system, threat intelligence platform that actually help us to be able to fight or detect this threat in a real time. Now, mitigation of artificial intelligence powered cyber attacks. The first thing that we have to do is to actually invest in advanced artificial intelligence security tools, where AI can be used to detect and then respond to cyber threats in real world or in real time, conduct regular security audits. Organizations must continuously assess vulnerabilities and strengthen their defenses. And then another way is to employ awareness and then training. So And then the last one is the threat intelligence and the cooperation, whereby partnering with cybersecurity firm can actually provide critical insight into emerging threats. And then the role of cybersecurity firm or digital forensic in this, cybersecurity threat intelligence companies such as Invitec Global, PrimaJew, and other related companies play a vital role in identifying, mitigating, and preventing AI-driven cyber attack. Now, however, individuals and businesses must also take responsibility by investing in robust cybersecurity consulting and training service to proactively protecting their digital assets and then personal information. Now, how does this tally with the theme of bridging the gap in cybersecurity and then forensic science? One thing I have noticed also is that most of the developing regions faces unique cybersecurity and forensics challenge. They lack the resources and then the expertise to create vulnerabilities that actually end up creating vulnerability, and the strengthened cybersecurity and forensic capability can also help this gap. How does this actually help bridge this gap or close this gap? One, there's a limited resources in this in most of the organizations. For an example could be that, let's say, in most developing regions where a small financial institution in a developing region suddenly start losing money or millions of dollars through or due to sophisticated cyber attack, and then the local authorities lack the expertise and then the tools to trace this attack. Now, if they don't have these measures or these tools in place, the cybercrime goes unsolved. And then this is the harsh reality of many developing regions facing this kind of attack. Now, these attackers, what they do is when they know that your organization have this weakness, they will always launch an attack on you. They will be in your system, and the harm wouldn't show in one day. It will take you a very long time to be able to identify what's actually going on there. So to be able to bridge the gap in this, I think one thing is to equip our expertise or train young people in the cybersecurity and then the forensic domain to be able to come up with great knowledge and expertise to be able to fight back all of this attack. Another way is most of the organization, they lack the resources, because most of these tools are quite expensive, and then some organizations are not ready to actually invest in buying any of this. They want to rely on a free software to get this done. When that happens, the attack will happen, and then in the end, you realize that your business is not a business anymore. So how do we do this? This is where we have to train, educate, and then make sure that the necessary measures that we need to put together to strengthen the cybersecurity gap is in place to be able to close this gap. And then my last word is, as artificial intelligence continue to evolve, so will the threats of AI cyber attacks. And then the key to staying safe in this new era of cyber warfare is vigilance, education, collaboration, partnership, and a proactive approach to cybersecurity. The best offense is a good defense. You can't be a good defender if you don't know how the attack happened. Thank you. I'm open for any question that will come from here.
Thank you very much for your presentation on AI-powered cyber attacks and data forensics. It was very educative, since now cyber attacks have become major problem in both developing and then the developed regions as well, as AI has become a leading technology. In this recent times, it's very difficult to escape from these attacks, and then you've made mention of the deepfake and then the phishing, and these type of attacks are very difficult to detect, and it causes a huge financial loss to individuals and organizations as well. Thank you very much once again for this insightful presentation. Please now open the floor. If anyone has a question, you can unmute yourself or you type in the chat box.
Hello, I would like to check this thing.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, please, you are.
Okay, all right. Please, we kind of disseminate. Okay, why is this thing not coming? We kind of shared or kept across a brochure, and inside the brochure we had this particular portion. But I know a lot of us, due to time or maybe some one or two reasons, we couldn't go through the brochure. There's a particular portion that captured for Invitech Global. They are giving us a discount for all attendees. If you have attended the conference or part of this conference and then you want to learn cybersecurity, Invitech Global is offering 10% off for all their courses. And I would recommend that you check out Invitech Global. They are one of the leading cybersecurity organizations in Ghana. So you look up to them, and I bet you, if you take a course with them, you will not regret. Within 3 months, from zero knowledge of cybersecurity, you would be able to do amazing things. And I recommend you all checking up with them. And if you see any course that you would like to take, just send a message to us, and then we'll be able to get you at least 10% off for that course. Thank you so much, Invitech Global and Patience, for giving us that opportunity. So we may
You're
move
welcome.
to the next section if there is no Q&A.
Okay, thank you once again for your presentation, Patience. So
You're welcome.
now we'll move on to the next session. And this session is actually a live demonstration session. The AMPED ecosystem, how to address challenges of digital video evidence with our solution. So this, we are having someone from AMPED who is going to do this live demonstration. So the speaker is Emmy, who is a level certified forensic video analyst and an expert in CCTV recovery, enhancement, and analysis. He has worked as a forensic video and audio analyst and CCTV technical lead for a number of police forces and leading forensic providers in England. He has also provided testimony in court as an expert witness on a number of occasions in the southeastern region of the United Kingdom. He has over 20 years of experience in the field of media and imagery, and his CV also includes a 10 years employment as a technical director and senior video editor and engineer for a major international broadcaster based in London. He's now a forensic expert and an international trainer at Amped Software, and continue to assist police forces, the prosecution, and criminal defense firm with interpretation of video and audio evidence in courts. Please let's welcome Mr. Emmy Polito.
Thank you very much, Samuel. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please.
Excellent. Thank you, Samuel. Thank you, everyone. Very good to see you. Thank you for having me. And thank you, Munta and the Forensic Post, for inviting me to your conference. Very happy to be here. Thank you as well for the introduction. And yes, as Samuel said, today we're going to talk a little bit about the challenges of dealing with video and imagery in criminal investigations, in prosecutions, and in cases. So there are a few challenges that we're going to talk about, and how we can help from a commercial point of view in dealing with these challenges. So I'm just going to share my screen, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to talk to you about some of the issues, some of the challenges we can encounter, and also, as Sam will say, I'm going to give you a little bit of a demonstration on how AMPed products can assist with your investigations. Okay, so yeah, so Samuel very kindly went through my background. So I work for a contract for a company called AMP Software, dealing with the handling of video, forensic video in criminal investigations. So I'm Italian by origin, but I've lived in the UK for many years. And I worked for a number of police forces as a forensic video technician. And I'm also a certified forensic video analyst. And I used to work in broadcast when I first came to the United Kingdom. I just wanted to give you also a little introduction to our company, AMP Software. It's an Italian company founded in 2008 with an entity also in the United States. And our mission right from the start has been that of becoming the one solution for dealing with video in criminal investigations. Because up to that point, early 2000, 2010, there was loads of products that dealt with the processing and analysis of video, but none of them like really with the intention of doing so for a criminal investigation and therefore forensically dealing with video as such. Our vision is justice through science, and I was very, very glad to hear at the beginning of this conference that forensic soundness is at the heart of the project, and everything we do should be done in a safe and sound forensic manner. And this is our heart of everything we do. And all of the processes and analytical. Yes, sir. Okay. Are you talking? I can't hear very well. If somebody's talking, forgive me, I can't hear very well. I'll just continue the presentation and then I can take questions afterwards if you like. Okay, so we operate in more than 100 countries, pretty much worldwide, and we deal with most of the common problematics in processing and analyzing video for courts. Now, one of the things that seems to be taken for granted is that sometimes the video simply won't play. So there are many instances where we deal with surveillance video in particular, and it's not as easy as double clicking on a video it plays on the screen. Okay, so sometimes a lot of these videos require proprietary software produced by manufacturer, and this is not just as easy as it seems. It's not as easy as double clicking on a video to make it play. So that is a common problem, okay, that we have to deal in our industry. There are hundreds of different formats of video that exist out in the wild, and we have to be able to deal with them and do so forensically. Other issues associated with the video evidence, we need to be able to redact the sensitive information or quickly annotate a video. So, for example, legislations that require the protection of data from witnesses, so therefore when personal details of a witness or a victim are recorded, or we got sound or video, they need to be taken out before they can go to the courtroom. So that's legislation that we need to adhere to. Another problem is that there are incorrect techniques or insufficient software to correctly capture individual frames or clips. Okay, so the acquisition of video is sometimes something that is done wrong, and is now becoming very important that we acquire the video correctly. And of course, there's so many videos to deal with for criminal use and very little time available. Now, other issues with video evidence are just as important. Is that video evidence seems easy, but it's actually easy to get it wrong. It's one of those disciplines where never really until now in law enforcement and the police you actually employ the skilled video technician to do the job. The assumption is that anyone can deal with video, anyone can play video, anyone can see what the video shows, right? But it actually is not so, and it's very easy to get it wrong and to misinterpret it. Then there's proprietary video formats that complicate investigation and introduces cybersecurity risks. And what I mean by that is, okay, so you come across some video evidence that shows a crime, you're at your computer and you just can't play it. Okay, and before you know it, you end up on the internet looking for possible players, and you deem yourself to risk in catching viruses or malware and things like that. Another issue that is associated usually with surveillance video is that the image quality is very often low, okay, because these systems need to be storing and saving a large quantity of video over a large quantity of time, and therefore we can't have like pristine quality. We can't have the quality that we need sometimes to identify a person on CCTV, or maybe to read a license plate and things like that. And we'll see a little bit later on how we can help with that. Then now is the issue of trust, and I've heard in this very conference that the topic of artificial intelligence has been, has been already touched on. The advantages of using such technology are many for law enforcement, but we also need to be aware of the potential crime associated to the use of artificial technology. For example, creating content that doesn't exist. Okay, so creating images that are not real, creating faces of person that are not real. Things that now are very easy to do, very cheap and economical, and we need to be able to verify the piece of video or image is authentic, okay, and is not being forged in any sort of way. Then we need to interpret the video in the right way without bias, and bias is a very important topic, especially now in the United Kingdom. Okay, when we offer a subjective opinion on the evidence, we need to ensure we minimize bias as much as possible. And then, of course, there's the topic of explaining technical issues to judges and juries, and this has happened to me. I sometimes go to court here in the United Kingdom, and a lot of the times I have to explain very complex things associated to a video so that the jury understands it, and the judge finds themselves that they don't really understand the technicalities, and I have to explain things a little bit easier. But we can help with that as well, with the production of streamlined reports and things like that. The impact of artificial intelligence and the balance between privacy and security. So you see now all of these issues and challenges that maybe before we didn't even consider, we have to deal with all these topics. Okay, so in the past, how do we deal with all these issues? Well, we have different tools, and each one did different things. We had application that convert video, then we had the application that process the video. We had many applications, none of which were designed for forensic use in mind. Of course, then there was a topic of integration as well, because we had to convert the video, because then we had to import it into another program, because we had to edit the video, and then we had to use another program to export it in a court compatible system. So we are constantly inputting and output evidence, and really what we needed is one single solution to be able to do all these things. And then, of course, the reporting can be difficult and long at times, and we need to be not just producing visual evidence that will assist the courts, but also explain, for example, how we went from a really bad image of a license plate to a much better image of that license plate, to ensure that we've done so forensically. And here comes the AMT ecosystem, really, the topic of this presentation. So we at AMT provide 4 products, which are all kind of links together, and they've kind of are there to serve a specific person or personnel working in law enforcement. So, for example, someone whose job is to collect a CCTV from a crime and then make it playable so that an investigation can happen and the video can be looked at for any potential signs of crime. So for this, we offer a product called AMT DVR-Con, whose job is to forensically convert proprietary video. Then we move on to AMT Replay. AMT Replay is like a forensic video player for the non-technical investigator. And it will deal with proprietary video, as well as doing things as detecting motion in long video clips, or annotating or redacting video, presenting images, and things like that. Then we have AMT5, which is the tool for the expert video technician and analysis. So with 5, we can do anything to do with analysis of video, processing, enhancement, clarification, as well as measurement and presentation. And then we have Authenticate, AMT Authenticate, whose aim is to establish and verify if a video or image is an original and if it is authentic. Okay, so it actually shows what the scene is meant to show. So all of this is, tailored for a specific person or personnel working in law enforcement to assist with different stages of a criminal investigation dealing with video. Okay, so I'm going to give you a little bit of a demo of these products. So DVR-Conv is effectively a batch converter. So I'll give you an example with how CCTV usually comes. It comes in a variety of different formats. So for example, here you can see I've got files there, that I've got an unknown file extension. Then I've got this file here, which has got a rec extension. You see, I go and double click and nothing happens. Yes, it opens up in a video player, but it doesn't play. And the reason for that is probably because it's proprietary. It's been designed and manufactured by a producer who has also produced their own software to be dealing with their own video. Well, when we go to different crime scene, we collect all this video. Now, we don't have time and we don't have the resources to look for all these players. And therefore, what we need is a tool that will be able to convert them one by one in a queue and all these different files. And using it is as easy as selecting a number of files, dragging it into the interface. And then what the program does, it will analyze the format and then will conduct a process of forensic conversion, which aims at obviously converting this video so that they can be played back, but also done so in a way that there is no loss of quality. And also in this process, we might even get something like a timestamp, for example, from the video, or we might be able to split the video in multiple channels, because sometimes CCTV actually contains different cameras, okay, from a shop or different positions at the scene. Okay, so as this queue goes along, you will get an indication of how things are going. Now I'm just going to go into the output folder to show you that as this queue is going, I'm getting some output files. Some of this video have been converted. You see this one here, for example, it's a video that came from one file, but contained different cameras. Okay, so all of this that you see that I'm highlighting came from one single file, but it's what is called multiplex, i.e. they contain multiple channels, and we've been able to split them apart. What we've also been able to do is to extract timestamps. So timestamps can be very, very important for things like timing analysis or speed analysis or anything like that. And therefore, we've been able to do that as well. And for every conversion that we have done, there is also an audit log to show us A, whether it's successful or whether it's failed, and B, with any of the technicalities that has occurred in converting this video. Quite very, very easy to use and very effective. And these videos are all forensically extracted, meaning that there's no loss of quality. There are options as well that can be customized, the type of conversion, what output format to use, what video codec, etc., etc., etc. The production of hash codes as well to retain the integrity of videos, etc., etc. So that's DVR-Conv in there. Then we move on to AMP2Replay. So this is AMP2Replay. AMP2Replay, as I was saying to you before, is a forensic video player designed for the non-technical staff, okay? Because in many police forces, there's a lot of, of different persons or investigator who have to review video in order to A, find the crime, and B, trying to build a timeline of what has happened. And again, if they don't know how to even open the video, well, that can be a problem. So Replay bypass all these problems. It does exactly what DVR-Conv, but now it does. So it converts the video in a way that we can see it and we can play it, but it also display it for us in a player. And once we got in a player, we can do a variety of different things. The interface is very streamlined, meaning that, again, you don't need to be an expert or a video editor or anything like that. It's structured in a very simple workflow, because what we're going to do here, well, we're going to play the footage. We're going to hopefully find some evidence of a crime or something like that. Then we're gonna enhance the video with some very, very basic clarification techniques, okay? Then we can annotate the video, arrows, tracking people, magnifying, and things like that. And then we export our images or video in a format that is convenient for us or for the courts. So in regards to playback the video, there's a variety of different tools that can help you find the activity of interest. For example, one thing that is very popular in this program is called motion detection. So motion detection allows you to see motion activity in the video. So what you see here in this timeline, if you like, is the beginning of the video is here, the end of the video is in here, and in within we got motion activity, so in the form of peaks in the graphic. So the higher the peaks, the higher the valleys, the more motion there is in that particular point in time. For example, if I put my playhead somewhere where there is high peak, we can see that all these blocks that are detected in red are effectively motion. And motion is defined really as the movement of pixels, which are the single elements of an image, and how they move from one image to another, and what direction they went, etc., etc. That is motion that can be very easily detected. Once we've got this representation, what we can do is, well, we can streamline a threshold. So what I'm doing now, as you can see, I am changing this slider here. And as I do that, you can see this orange line that is going up and down. Well, that kind of filters out the frames with least amount of motion, okay? And also what we can do is we can specify a specific region for our motion analysis. So for example, if we got intelligence to suggest that a person has exited this building and has walked through this path and then has crossed the roads, then what we can do is we can just select that area of interest so that the detection will only be done up to that point. And now I'm going to have a look at our events and see if I can find anything there. So just go scroll quickly through the video. No persons in there, no problems. I'm gonna refine my threshold a little bit more. And now we can see there is a person has been detected in here at this particular position with the correct amount of threshold. And this is a very long video. I mean, this is about half an hour of video, and it would have taken me so much longer to find, to find this person should I have been looking at it like from start to finish, if you like. Okay, so once we've done this, what we can do some enhancements. So we can do some quick lighting correction, either automatic or manual, and reinforce the points that these are more for the non-technical person, and therefore they are more like kind of basic clarifications. In a minute, in about 5 minutes, when we talk about AMP5, then I'll show you one of the most common technique to enhance detail, maybe get license plates that we can't read very well and things like that. Okay, but remember, this replay is more for the entry investigator, if you like, in need to review CCTV. But what we can do is we can do things like, for example, annotations. We can do things like, tracking the person with an arrow, for example, add some text. And again, these are all things that doesn't require you to be an editor or any sort of proficiency with video processing, because it's very intuitive. I mean, it's very easy. Okay, it's an interface designed to be very easy. Okay, so it doesn't require you to to know so much about processing. And then we can do things like magnification. So for example, if we want to magnify an area of interest, I'm just going to draw an area magnified in here and move this blue dot. And maybe we are trying to ascertain whether the object that this person is carrying is a weapon or something like that. So what we can do is we can magnify, we can even put a shape onto it, make it a different color. Then we can also show where that magnification comes from. We can change the type of enlargement, and we can enlarge it just as much as we like. And we can do all this kind of stuff. And then what we can do is we can track this person as well. So the tracking again is very, very easy. We just register the position of this rectangle at this point in time. And then what we can do is we can move a little bit further. And then we can move this rectangle here to where the person is at this point, and then register that. And then in between the two, now we've got a movement, and then we can refine that movement even further so that we can track this person throughout. So very, very easy to do. And then once we've done that, we can export. We can export the bookmarks. We can export a video ready for court, and we can do all that kind of stuff. One of the good things about the AMP products is that they generate very, very streamlined reports. We'll tell you exactly everything that you've done inside the program that might be of interest. So, for example, now I generated a report. And as you can see here, we got some information about the video that we've been working on, including any hash codes and resolution and frame rate and things like that. And then we got bookmarks. We got details of all the annotations that I've done. Everything is reported very, very nicely in here. Okay, so that's AMP replay. Now I want to show you AMP 5. So AMP 5 is designed for the most depth forensic video technician and analyst. So myself as an analyst in the UK, all the work that I do, whether it is a video compilation, an announcement, a measurement, comparative illustrations or anything like that, I do everything in 5, and I never have the need to go anywhere else than using 5. So 5, it really is the one-stop solution for all of your needs. Okay, so the program is organized like this. So you got your video at the center of the software, and in here what we can see is we've got this vehicle of interest, and we are interested in getting the license plate. But you see, if I go and zoom in into the license plate, I can very clearly see these squares that you see here are the pixels of the video. So there's not many pixels in this license plate, which makes it very, very difficult to read what this license plate is. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to apply a series of techniques of the purpose of presenting this video evidence a little bit better. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I am going to first show you some of the things that you should know about this video here. So in here at the bottom right, we can see what we call the history. So in here we will have a series of processes, chronological processes that will aim at improving this video so that we can read the license plate. Okay, so all our processes, in fact, are on the opposite side in here, in the top left. And what we can see is that they are categorized in group. And then here on the left, we got groups. And then on the right, you got contents of those groups. Okay, so here, the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to select a number of frames of this video where I can see the license plate the best I can. So I'm going to put my playhead not to the start, but a little bit further on. And then I'm going to apply a filter from this category here, select frames range selector, which is basically going to select a range of frames. Okay, so not the old video, but a range of frames. So now what I've done, basically, I've selected approximately 20 frames of video from this from this clip. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to combine all of the frames of the video. Why? Because they all show the license plate into one single image. So that would be a super image, if you like. Okay. But I've got a problem, and I'll show you actually. So if I go and do this process of integrations I was telling you about, this is it. This is called the frame averaging. And what this does is combines all of the previous frames of the video into one single frame. And what you see that this does is eliminates all the noise, But unfortunately for us, this is much worse than it was before. Why? Because the license plate was moving. Okay. And in fact, it wasn't the license plate that was moving per se, but the camera that was moving, which means that the license plate is at different positions every frame. So combining all the frames together at this point means that we've got all this massive blur that is just not good. All right. No problems. So as you can see here, we got our range of our series of filters that we've applied. So we're just going to go and delete this frame averaging because we have to do something before. And you can see in 5 how easy it is to go back to a previous step of that you can modify it or do something else. So what we're going to do before we do that, we do a process of stabilization. And what this process entails is the registration of an area of reference, for example, the boot of this vehicle, that then is going to be into the same position and is going to be the same size and is going to be the same orientation throughout all of the frames. Okay, and I'll show you how that works. So I'm just going to draw a rectangle across the boot of this vehicle. And then here we got my filter settings in there. So I'm just going to click apply and apply this process in here. And now you can see exactly what is happening. If I look this video, you can see that now the license plate is being centralized into one position. Okay, so for all of the frames of the video is in the same location. Okay, so that's the first step. Now we are ready to do that process of integration that we were talking about before. So now that the license plate has been stabilized, now we can go and integrate all this frame together into this one super image. So I just go into my output tab in here, and I just apply this filter here, which basically does that. And now you can see that we no longer have a video, but we have one single image. But this single image is the combination of all of the frames of the video that we use together. And now by doing so, we enhance the presentation of the detail in the license plate, almost at the point where we can read it. Now, from this point onwards, we're going to apply some refinement filter. For example, a filter that gets rid of residual turbulence caused by this process. You can see I'm applying now, and I'm just keeping an eye on the license plate, making sure it's nice and crisp as possible. And then what I can do is I can do presentation. So this is another thing with 5 is it doesn't just process your images, but it gives you the tools to present it in the best possible way. So for example, in this instance, on my crop my image, so that I'm only showing the vehicle, if you like. And then I'm going to resize it slightly. I'm just going to make it a little bit bigger. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to apply a filter of presentation. So we got an old category of presentation filters called Compare Original, which is going to do a hybrid of the original video and the enhanced image. And now you can see that the difference between the two. Of course, we use this process of frame averaging. Now, if you look at your history, here you can see all the filters that I've applied. So this is what we call the workflow. And everything in 5 is a workflow. So starting from where we were, the original video, so we're back to that hasn't changed, and then showing all the processes that we've applied in sequence one by one to get us to the end. And once we've done that, what we can also do is we can add some illustration that will go into our report. So for example, here, I'm just going to add some bookmarks. And then the last thing that I will do, I will go and generate a report. And I can choose also whether to have PDFs, whether to add hash codes and things like that. And then I'm just going to save it onto my desktop. And here you go. We got now an AMP5 report, again with details of the input video. And here we got all the illustration to illustrate exactly how I went from the beginning to what I got in here. We also got a summary of the processes that I've applied with all the filters. And if you read this is in plain English. There's nothing majorly technical other to tell you what the filters do. For example, Perspective super resolution generates a single higher resolution image by merging all of the frames of the video stabilized with the perspective stabilization filter. And if you click on the hyperlink, then that will they will take you to the body of the report that will show you more details and more parameters about that filter. Everything is recorded in here, and you even got some references to the research on how these filters were developed. Why? Because our vision right from the start is just things through science. All that we do, all the processes that we do, they're not the product of some sort of unknown magic. Is just the application of maths to pixels, okay, to image elements. That's all we're doing here. So we are applying non-scientific methods to present us better the detail that we cannot see in our original videos and images. Okay, so that's 5 there for you. And now what I want to show you is Authenticate, which also, I think it goes at the heart of this conference in the sense that it helps us, detect artificial intelligence used for the wrong reasons, okay, which is becoming a very, very hot topic. So Authenticate, the last product of our ecosystem, what it does is you'll see that it actually looks similar to 5. You still got this window here with, with the filters, but these filters are analytical, are only there to interrogate an image, to interrogate the data, and to do some tests that will hopefully determine if the image is an original, if it's been changed, if it's been processed in any way, and obviously if it has been processed, that been processed maliciously, okay, to make it fraudulent, if you like. Okay, so what I'm going to show you is a very, very classic example of an image where one of the faces has been produced by a gun or a deep fake. So I'll show it to you here. This is an image I'm telling you about. Okay, so first of all, what we do is you see these filters here do a different number of tests, and we want to make sure we perform many tests in order to prove or disprove an hypothesis. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the file format, and what does this is displays metadata of the image. And the metadata of the image, sometimes, if the image is original, of course, it can give us a minefield of information about where it comes from, when it was recorded, what device took it, and so on and so forth. Now, Authenticate is specifically designed to show you the data and also show you some flag that will alert you of certain things that need to be investigated. For example, a red flag may indicate that this is something that we don't expect for this particular image. For example, in this case, we have the GIMP software that has been somehow involved in the resaving of this image, okay? Of course, that doesn't prove that it's been falsified or anything like that, but it's something that we have to keep an eye on. Then we can do things like a JPEG analysis. The JPEG is the most common format of still images out there. So many devices and smartphones captures the image in JPEG, and it's very good for authentication because it leaves a lot of traces behind when the image has been saved more than once. So JPEGs can tell us things like EXIF metadata, where the image was taken, sometimes coordinates and things like that, date of time of creation, etc., make and model of the device that captured it, etc. So this is actually a hex viewer. So this actually allows you to look at the file in almost its primary form of computed data, although its primary form will be binary, but this is almost as close as that. So in order for us to view this data a little bit better, we also got the hex strings, which only display a hexadecimal that is translatable to text. And again, this can give us a lot of valuable information about the origins on this image as well. EXIF metadata, specific camera settings, GPS coordinates, all this kind of stuff can be really, really useful to authenticate an image. And then what we have is we got global analysis filter. Now the global analysis filters help us establish if the image has been saved more than once, because like I was saying to you before, a JPEG leaves a lot of traces behind. So this plot here shows us that although the current image has been saved as a maximum quality JPEG, 100% quality JPEG is a maximum quality JPEG, there is a thickness plot, okay, which shows us the differential between the energy of the image and the actual quality set, each and every quality settings of the JPEG family. Shows us a pick in here which can which can indicate that a previous instance of the image was saved at a lower quality, just below 95%. So this is some sort of proof or evidence that the image has been saved more than once. And of course, if the image has been saved more than once, what else could have happened in between those two passages? So let's go and have a look. So what we can do is we can do a local analysis, and local analysis do a bunch of different tests to determine and find inconsistency within areas of the image. For example, in this particular image, okay, what this particular local analysis filter, this is the adaptive double JPEG filter, it shows us areas of the images that they got the same compression settings between two passes and different compression settings. So effectively what it's telling us is that some area of the images have been compressed twice, okay, and others have only been compressed once. So the area that's only been compressed once could indicate that this phase came from another image and is only being passed once in the compression cycle of this image. So it basically shows us pretty good evidence that this face belongs to another image. And then what we can also do is a deepfake analysis. Now, deepfake analysis in Authenticate works like this. It detects faces in an image, so you can have as many images as many faces in an image as you like, and the filter will attempt to detect them. Of course, this also depends on the quality, the lighting conditions, and etc., etc. And then also what it does is attempts to give a numerical scores to the generation of this image using the GAN technology. So GAN stands for Generative Adversarial Network. It is the artificial intelligence technology involved in creating faces that don't exist. And I want to give you a little bit of a background on this, because actually I come to think that is a very, very interesting technology. So I'm just going to bring you to my Authenticate slides to show you this. I think it was in here. Tell you what, let me see if I find this somewhere else. Hang on. This is what I was looking for. Okay, so the GAN, General Adversarial Network, it's the kind of network we use for many deepfakes. It is made of two neural networks. So the technology uses two different neural networks. One is called the generator, which actually generates the pixels, and the other is called the discriminator. We try to distinguish real example from generated examples. So it works like this. To create a face that doesn't exist from a random distribution of pixels, the generator will redistribute these pixels until they start looking like a human face. Now, you can see at the beginning, the network is untrained and it doesn't really know what a face looks like, which is why these pixels are redistributed in a way that it doesn't really look like a human face. But then the process continues and continues. And then as the process continues millions or billions of time, then we have a second network, which is called the discriminator, whose job is to compare what the generator does with faces of or images of real faces. And therefore the discriminator will then assess the quality of what the generator has produced and give it a pass if the image can be confused for a real face. So this process goes on millions and millions of time, and that's why it's called adversarial, is because it's a process that involves the two constantly competing against each other. Okay, so one creating and the other one assessing the quality of that creation. So the reason why this is important is because the filter that gives us this number is trained to detect this technology, this process of conflicts, if you like. And therefore, what we have in here is a maximum of one gun. It's basically artificial network certainty that the image is a deep fake, has been created by a gun. Whereas a one not gun, a green not gun of the score of 1 means that the network is absolutely sure that the face is real, that it hasn't been created a gun. I just want to emphasize though the point that you know, the quality of this tool is obviously dependent on the training of the network, i.e. an untrained network can easily get this wrong. Okay, so although obviously we are very, very sure that these scores are accurate, we always leave the possibility that there might be an error. Okay, or indeed, if you use a different process of creation, for example, stable diffusion. Stable diffusion is it uses a different technology. Here we go. We're just gonna put in this example in here to show you. In here. Okay, so stable diffusion, instead of creating faces that don't exist, it's creating all of the content that doesn't exist. Okay, and is usually generated by a textual prompt. So if I was gonna go to the slides I was showing to you before, okay, this is stable diffusion. So you type in a prompt, something like a dog sitting on a black inflatable ball in the middle of the street, something that you won't find so easily on Google from real images. And then the network will create its content again based on training, but it doesn't use the gun. Instead of uses a process called noise diffusion or stable diffusion, which is a process of introducing gradually noise to an image and then mathematically reversing in steps this noise to attempt to go back to the original image. This is actually the process of creation that the computer simulates by arithmetically by using this process of diffusion, noise diffusion, and then noise removal, or reverse diffusion is also called. Okay. So stable diffusion, the more modern networks like DALL-E and Midjourney, for example, they are very, very good at creating content that we may think is real. However, some of the things they still not able to do very well is simulates perfectly the lighting conditions in a scene. So for example, what we could do in this image, we can go and plot lines to the shadows to the light source. So for example, in here we got what we're seeing here is the shadow of this child is being casted on the floor, and then the lines connecting the two will point to the light source, which in this case will be the sun. And then if we repeat all of that to all of the other shadows, then eventually we know where the light source. So we only need a minimum of 2 to know where our light source is. Now, in this instance, it's very obviously a fake image. But if we go into cast the shadow of the ball here, then the system become unfeasible, meaning that the 3 shadows are not consistent with one singular light source. So we can use a very, very traditional method of authentication for something that was developed when stable diffusion didn't even exist, but we can still use it as a valid technique for trying to assess whether the image is realistic in terms of lighting conditions or not. And of course, we also got diffusion model deepfake, which gives again a numerical score and also a compatibility scores for DALL-E or Midjourney. So, for example, this image has got a very, very high compatibility scores with Midjourney. Okay, and then lastly, we've got the video module as well for authentication. So with the video module, we can do things like a temporal analysis, temporal continuity, and things like that. So for example, in this video here, I'm just going to play it for you. So this video basically shows a number of explosions that has happened somewhere. And you can see that these explosions, there are quite a few, okay? We can count them, and there's quite a number of them as well. But if we do a continuity analysis, for example, a color analysis or an RGB analysis, we call it, because it uses the red, green, and blue, then we can see, and here we can see what we see is a plot, a temporal plot, okay? So again, this is the beginning of the video, and this is the end video. We can see that there are identical patterns with the same color information in 3 distinguished parts. So what this suggests to me is that, in fact, this video is the combination of a very short portion of the video that is being cloned 3 times, okay? And we can assess that and verify that by looking at the patterns and the, you know, the repetition of this color information throughout the video. Okay, so I think that's me done, really. I think I'm trying to stay within the boundaries of time. Hope you've enjoyed it, and now I can open up for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Emu, for your presentation.
Thank you very much. I see that there was some issues with the screen at the beginning. I hope you were able to see the screen at some point of the presentation.
Yes, please. I think some were due to technical issues from their side.
Okay, that's good.
And then thank you for the presentation on.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your interest, and all the best for the rest of the conference.
Yes. AMPED is actually one of the leading softwares when it comes to conducting investigations with advanced solutions for all image and video processes. And then in relation to forensic science, we are glad that you came to actually educate us on how it is used. Now we'll open the floor for any questions and suggestions as well. Please, if you have any questions, kindly raise your hand and mute yourself, or better still, you type in the chat box.
Okay, so I think let me come in.
Yes, please continue.
Okay. Amy, that was a wonderful presentation and demonstration. Thank you so much. You delivered as expected. So before I talk, I remember that was I think 2 years ago, somewhere in 2022, when I joined the AMPED Open Day online, organized by AMPED, if I remember rightly. And then I remember Martino discussing about the AI feature that was coming in for AI detection. And I think so far, even though I've not had the exposure to use the feature, from the feedbacks and then the things that you've been sharing online, I think so far the feature is doing great, and I really hope that one day I'll get an opportunity to exploit myself. Thank you so much for really working, because I knew that particular thing took a lot of time, right?
Yeah, no, thanks for your feedback. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, back in 2022 was a fairly new thing, but we could already foresee back then the risks and challenges that technology could have brought to our industry, which is why we developed, you know, what we've seen in this demonstration, were all things that were developed later, because we have to keep up with the technology that moves all the time and gets better all the time.
That's right. That's right. And also, just to ask this question before I open the floor for 1 or 2 questions. With the diffusion models, let's say, and then also the GANs models, which of them really give the software a tough time in terms of detecting AI images? Hello?
Yes, sorry, say again.
Yeah, I'm saying with the diffusion models, if you have AI generated through diffusion models like Midjourney, DALL-E, which is basically straight from text to images, and one that employs the GANs model, the generative adversarial network. If you have images from both sides, let's say like a portrait from both sides, and then you run it through the AMPED system, which of them would really be difficult, or even though the system would, which of them really gives AMPED software a tough time
Yeah, sure. So the stable diffusion filter again is a two-stage process. So the first stage process is to determine whether the actual diffusion method has been employed. So the one I was showing you with the noise, etc., etc. And then if that passes and there is there is elements in there that say, okay, so this could be a stable diffusion generated image, then there will be a discrimination in trying to find out which model would have employed the image. So that kind of like is a combination of numerical scores, but also there is a new legislation coming into place for AI, which will force organizations like DALI and Midjourney to actually print out a watermark inside the file to clearly state that they have been involved in the generation of that image. In other words, they have to make clear that the image is being generated by them and that it is not real. Okay, so obviously that will help with more simple authentication. Although we expect that there will be more fraudulent and malicious people in an organization like that, which obviously will try to hide this information. But we can still use all these other methods or other technologies, even more traditional one, to try and to establish if the image is real or not.
Oh, okay, that's great. That's a very good regulation. Thank you so much. All right.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. It's and you mentioned Martin, and he's been involved in in following the new AI legislation act, and we obviously very happy because there is a little bit more protection in our industry.
Okay, and there is a question in the chat box from Surface.
Yeah, so how much
It's,
does the
it's,
software
yes.
cost and what support do you have for developing countries? That's a very good questions. Okay, so we only sell to law enforcement organization and private enterprises whose job is to assist the courts and assist like in criminal investigations. And for that reason, we have distributors depending on the area of purchase, okay? Because distributors know much more, the markets in specific areas, and also can pinpoint the needs much better than we would be able to, because we don't have as good as an understanding of the needs of certain specific regions. So in regards to the questions, I'm just gonna put obviously if you wanna get in touch with us to find out more about obtaining trials and demos and things like that, then the best advice really would be to visit the website that I've just put in there. From then you can contact our personnel and they will put you in touch with the right distributors. So in regards to support in developing countries, we have already a lot of support in the Middle East and Africa. Okay, so Ghana, South Africa is a big client of us, obviously. In the last few years, they've really come through, but there's a lots of other developing countries in Africa, who are starting to obviously appreciate the value of digital video evidence and how to deal with it correctly, and the advantages of of using our products to help out and assist in investigations and cases.
And then regarding this issue, so is there any learning lessons or maybe an educative session that's organized by AMPEC?
Sorry, Samuel, I'm not hearing you very well. Can you repeat, please?
Yes, I was asking if there's any education, let's say a session or maybe learning version of this software.
You mean training sessions, Samuel, or?
Yes.
Yeah, so very good questions. Yeah, the training is a very important part for us, because we want to make sure that our users are confident and comfortable using the products. And I'll be honest, especially Five and Authenticate, they are programs that require an understanding of certain technicalities of videos and images like compression, noise, artifacts, and things like that. And therefore, what we do is we provide different sort of tier of level courses, okay, from complete beginners to the most advanced, to find out everything, not just about how to use AMP5 or how to use AMP Authenticate, but to understand what the problems and limitations are in images and videos, so that then you have the tools to correct this, okay? And therefore, yeah, again, if you look at our website, there's loads of training options out there which are designed for everyone, to suit everyone's needs. And we also have a program of certification as well, meaning that you can become a certified AMP5 user, and then you have taken an exam to prove that you are skilled and competent in using that product, but also you understand the limitations of images and videos and all the technicalities and all the various technical aspects.
So how does one get access to this kind of training certification process?
Sorry, Samuel, again,
How does one get access to these training sessions and then the certification courses as well?
So all the information on the training is available on our website. So again, if you look out there, you can find all the information in there. Usually, what we do is when we distribute the products, for example, I don't know, you have an organizations of 5 persons and you require 5 licenses of AMP5, then we chuck in some training seats as well, so you have like a bundle which includes licenses and the training as well, so that you can start using it comfortably straight away, sort of thing.
Thank you.
Okay, and then there's also a question from Manuel. I can't help but wonder if policies are enacted to make companies like Midjourney to use watermarks, similar softwares on the dark web might become difficult to detect. Yeah, that is a very, very good point, Emmanuel. I think the whole point of the AI Act is to regulate the use of these images, because of course, when the technology was first envisaged, as always, the malintentions didn't really occur, okay, and therefore, some of these products that came out on the scene, and I'm talking about even products like that can enlarge images using AI technology. They were all designed for a good reason, okay, to make our images look better, okay, but nobody really thought about the possibility of making it look better but not authentic to what an original would have been. And therefore the AI Act now that is up with, obviously, there's a lot of usage of AI which is not appropriate, shall we say, and that's why the legislation needs to come into effect to at least try to make it a little bit more identifiable when these images are produced by these organizations, which obviously they want to do the right thing as well, okay, so they want to make sure that the images are created not for misuse, or if you like, okay. So that is why is obviously is a good pointing start. Now it's still there's still some holes in the act in itself, but I'm sure that the first step is always the hard one, and then making it better, making it more appropriate for our needs. Obviously, that hopefully will come in time.
Thank you once again for the presentation, and we look forward to having you on board for the subsequent conferences as well. Thank you.
Okay, and then there's another question: in which way step we can start to use the software as developing countries? So yeah, so my advice would be go onto the website, and in there you'll have contact information. Send the sales team at AMP an email, and they will be happy to put you through to the correct distributor for your region. And you will be able to speak to them directly. At AMP, like any software company, really, we're always happy to provide you with a trial license that you can use, and see how you're going with the software, if it's suited for your needs. And then from then on, if you're interested in developing the purchase, then you can deal with the distributor and they can assist you.
Right. So now we've come to the end of this session. And please, if you have any other questions, you can put them in the chat box and then we will attend to them later. The answers will be sent through your emails. So we quickly move to the next session, which is the history and development of forensic science and its importance in the criminal and civil justice system. Our speaker for this session is an emerging leader in forensic science, pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree at the University of Cape Coast and currently in level 300. As a president of the Forensic Science Student Association of Ghana, UCC chapter, he advocates for student interest and promotes the importance of forensic science in the justice system. He is dedicated to enhancing forensic science education and awareness, collaborating with academic institutions to advance the field in Ghana and Africa. He aims to share the history and development of forensic science, its relevance in the criminal justice system, and the challenges faced by students in the developing regions. Please, let's welcome Ernest Nyako Ampofo.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. And it's a delight to be with you all today, to even learn from many of you and also share ideas on how best we as emerging forensic scientists and even forensic scientists who are practicing can come together to bridge the gap and then strengthen forensic science in this developing regions. I would like to share with you the rich history of forensic science and how it helps the criminal and civil justice system, and even how to share some ideas on how best we can even take certain actions to make forensic science better in this part of the world. So join me as we learn something about forensic science. So when we say forensic science, as my predecessors or as the previous speakers we've learned from have shared with us about forensic science basically is the science of using principles of the scientific methods to ask and then answer questions in law. So whatever area of practice in forensic science that you find yourself in, definitely you might come across cases that will require you to apply certain scientific methods and principles so that you be able to help solve certain crimes relating or in law. So moving forward and talking about the history and development of forensic science, forensics basically originated from the Latin word forensis, meaning of the forum. And we talk about the forensics, about certain areas where they contributed, or certain part of the world that contributed to the development of forensic science. So I have grouped this into 4 parts that I would like to share with you. The ancient practices, the medieval contributions to forensic science, then forensic science advancements in the 20th century, and then some modern forensic techniques. So with ancient practices, some of the ancient practices of forensic science goes back to ancient Egypt, where even in 300 BC, the practice or they try to remove certain internal organs of certain dead leaders.
Hello, everyone. I think the speaker is currently having a technical issue, so we will just speak to him and get back to you guys. Great. Just now. Please kindly hold on as we call to resolve the issue.
Hello, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible. You can continue now.
Hello.
Yes, you're audible. You can continue now. Hello, Ernest. Hello, Ernest.
Hello.
Hello, you're audible. Kindly proceed.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So, as I was saying, in ancient Greece, they also studied the effect of toxins on bodies, and even with that knowledge, they are able to determine whether a cause of death is by accident or it was someone who perpetrated it against a dead body. And we come to ancient Rome, where they played a major role by creating the modern court system. In Rome, there was an orator known as Quintilian, and with his knowledge in forensic science, even at that time, he was able to determine hello.
You're audible.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay.
And there is something covering your PPT. Can you minimize that?
Please, you said?
Minimize, something is covering your PPT. Can you minimize it?
Okay.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
You can proceed.
Okay. So in ancient Rome, as I was saying, this orator, with his knowledge in forensic science, he was able to even prove to the forum at that time that a cause of death which someone perpetrated against a blind young man was wrong. This blind young man, his father was married to a woman, and the woman, fearing that the man will die, and then after his death, she wouldn't get anything out of the estate, decided to plot the death of the husband, and then in return, he or she will frame it against the blind young man. So at night, it was believed that this blind young man killed the father without even making a noise, to the point that the wife would hear. And when the wife woke up in the morning, she found the husband dead in bed, and there was trails of blood leading to the young man's room. But with this orator's knowledge, they were able to, or he was able to explain to the forum at that time that the death was a plotted one. And moving forward, after the fall of the Roman Empire, during the Middle Ages, places or countries like China also took up and practiced forensic science in a way that they were able to continue with this knowledge of science. And in China, they were able to even wash dead bodies, and they studied these dead bodies, and they were able to distinguish between bodies that are by accident or by murder. And one key person that played a major role in this time is known by the name Song Si, in his book titled The Washing Away of Wrongs. And in his book, he described several methods in investigating crimes, and with this knowledge, even coroners after him, or coroners that came after him, were able to also apply. And yes, so the book was written based on real incidents and experiences that are linked to his scientific knowledge to avoid injustice in the future. From this Middle Ages to the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th century to the 20th century, there were so many developments that took place in the field of forensic science, where medical practitioners collected information on the cause and manner of death. The work of people like Henry Forbes, William James Herschel played a major role in classifying and then using fingerprint. People like Edward Henry, building on the work of Francis Galton and others, created the classification system in 1879, which is still recognized and used today. Another name that comes in mind when we come to the field of identifying human being is the name Alec Jeffreys. This man, based on his groundbreaking work in genetics, developed the methods in DNA identification and profiling. And he made a profound impact in the field of forensic science. And we can talk about the history of forensic science and leave out certain names or people like Matthew Ofela, who also helped in forensic toxicology. Edmond Locard, who coined the Locard's principle that every contact leaves a trace. And then Kelvin Goddard, who helped in forensic ballistics. Alphonse Bertillon, who brought about the Bertillon, or the knowledge of anthropometry. All these people played a major role in bringing to light the knowledge of forensic science. Now, in the history of forensic science, there were some pivotal moments in forensic science that I would like to share with you today. And the first one is what happened. That is when they were using the Bertillon system of identification. There was this incident that happened in 1903 where two people were similar in appearance, And as the system of identification then, which was anthropometry, uses body measurements, the first person that was brought into the cell in Kansas in the US was William West. This man has been convicted of a crime and serving his sentence. Later on, a man also named Will West came in, and when he was brought in, the clerks at the prison then thought he was the same first person that came because they had or taken his body measurements. It was similar to the first man that was brought in. But upon several check-ins and then bringing the first man out, William West, they were able to know that, no, these are two different people, and two different people having similar appearance and then body measurement. How would they be able to identify them? And by so doing, they did further investigations, and then the clerks then did fingerprints or took their fingerprint. And by doing so, they realized that these two people have different fingerprint. And because of that, from that day onwards, they stopped using the anthropometry system of identification and recording people, and they started using fingerprints. This shows how unique fingerprint is, and even how important it is in using it to identify people. Even before this day, 1903, people who used to live before this day, they were using fingerprints to sign letters and then document. And this shows how unique it was until this day in 1973. And then the next pivotal moment in the history of forensic science is the use of DNA based on the work done by Alec Jeffrey. There was some murder cases that happened in 1983 and then 1986. And this crime was committed or perpetrated by one person called this crime was perpetrated by one person, but in the course of investigation, this man avoided the police investigation by asking a friend to take the test on his behalf. And one day he was talking, or he was having a conversation in a bar with a friend, and unfortunately the issue came up, and later on the police got him, and when they did, they took his blood sample, and with the knowledge which was laid down by Alec Jeffrey, they were able to compare this man's DNA to the DNA samples that were left behind on these victims. The victims were Linda Mann and then Dan Ashwood. They were able to compare it to this man's. Hello?
You have about 10 minutes left. Can we?
Okay. They were able to compare it to this man's DNA, and then they found out that this man was the perpetrator of the rape and then the murder of these two young girls. Now, importance of forensic science in the criminal and civil justice system. The knowledge in forensic science, with the knowledge of forensic science, we are able to provide objective and scientifically validated evidence to help confirm or refute claims in court. So just as some of the examples that I've given in the pivotal moments in the field of forensic science, due to the knowledge that they provided, people that were victims, justice was being delivered, and people that were the perpetrators, they were able to be, the court system then convicted them or punished them. And then with the knowledge in forensic science, we are able to promote the public, or the public is able to gain the trust of the judiciary system, knowing well that when this knowledge in forensic science is being applied in the judiciary system, justice can be delivered. And with the same knowledge in forensic science, sometimes forensic scientists are being called upon to give their expert opinion on issues that are going on in courts regarding their field of study. Now, what are some of the challenges that are being faced by forensic practices or forensic scientists in our part of the world in this developing part of the world. I know our keynote speakers from the beginning, they have mentioned a lot, and I would like to also add up or say some similar things to what they've said, of which some are limited resources and then supply chain issues. So the field of forensic science is very broad, but when we look at our part of the world, the resources to be able to work effectively or to be able to work in all areas regarding forensic science is very limited. So this serves as a challenge to the field of forensic science and then the forensic scientists as well. And then public trust and then legal framework. So the public has this issue about
Hello, there are still technical issues from the speaker's end, and therefore he was not able to complete his presentation. I think we will have to quickly move on to the next speaker, who will be speaking about capacity building through public engagement. Our next speaker is Dr. Thomas Amatetebu, who is a neuroscientist, science communicator, and co-founder of GA Scientific, an organization focused on building capacity in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics through public engagement activities. He holds dual faculty position at the University of Ghana and Accra College of Medicine, where his lab is focused on elucidating mechanisms underlying experience-dependent plasticity, with environmental arrangement and depression as a research model. Thomas has won multiple small grants to establish the only electrophysiology lab in Ghana. Most recently, being among the first cohort of awardees to receive the Neuroscience Capacity Accelerator for Mental Health Program. He has multiple publications in internationally recognized peer-reviewed journals and has presented various aspects of his work at local, national, and international conferences. His work has also featured on international news outlets such as the BBC, CNN, and The Conversation. As an academic, Mr. Thomas is a keen advocate on capacity building initiatives for faculty, students, and the public. He has consulted for many education-focused organizations and run science communications workshops for Arthur Age, Michigan State University, and Canada. His team at GA Scientific hosted the Evolution of Science Art exhibition, a collaborative project between artists and scientists to tell the scientific history of Ghana using art as a medium. Thomas holds executive position in the Ghana Science Association, the Ghana Neuroscience Society, and recently completed a tenure on the African Regional Committee of the International Brain Research Organization. He currently co-produces The Horizon, a radio show focused on STEM conversation during morning prime time. Please, let's welcome Dr. Thomas Amatetebu.
All right, that's great. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you for inviting me and accepting to have me here to speak during this first Forensic Science International Conference. Okay, so I will just go ahead and share my screen. Just if I can just confirm, you can actually see my screen.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much then. Okay, so over the next 20 odd minutes, I'd like to just share with you about, capacity building through public engagement. Some of it will be based on thoughts and ideas, by a large part of it will be based on experiences, what we've been doing. And what I'd like to then do with this time is really show you how we have used public engagement to build capacity within the neuroscience field, for an example. So we can then touch on that and hopefully pick on that to also get everybody in the audience to consider how public engagement can also serve to build capacity within the forensic science fields. Because as a few speakers before have said, there's that need to really build personnel and also just overall scientific literacy. So this is a sort of focus on approach we'll take over the next 20 minutes. I'll give you all a little bit of a background of neuroscience in Ghana to see how that has moved. And I hope that in doing that, you will be able to see parallels with what's happening with the forensic science in Ghana at the moment. Then we'll talk about public engagement, success stories, and more importantly, I'd like to share ideas and tips about how you can get started. How can the Forensic Science Society in Ghana, or just forensic science practice as a whole, start to chalk up some of these successes and maybe come and even overtake the neuroscience field in terms of how widespread its adoption is. So, neuroscience is pretty much the study of the nervous system, right? How it develops, how it functions in both health and disease. In some cases, you may even say that we apply some forensic science principles when you're looking at the disease states, because then we're trying to look for markers, evidence, things that have been left behind almost as breadcrumb trails to be able to follow through to get answers. Now, the field is very broad, similar to forensic sciences, where you have very specific types, whether it's fingerprint analysis, blood analysis, bone analysis, even hair decay, where you have all these subspecialties within the forensic science. In the same vein, neuroscience also has all these subspecialties. So as you can see, we're doing so well, drawing up some parallels between the two fields of practice. So now let me even start you more to really be able to see some of these parallels. Back in 2016, the Ghana Neuroscience Society was first formed. Okay, so it's not that old, 8 years. So, and it was also in 2016 that the first symposium was held. A very small symposium, which brought together basic science researchers and then also clinical practitioners. Once again, sort of like what you are doing now with this conference, bringing together people from a wide array, all representing the forensic sciences. Now, fast forward 5 years from there, okay, so I'm hoping this is the same pathway we are walking here. Fast forward 5 years, we're able to bring together neuroscientists from across Africa for this SONA conference, right? And as you see, it had good representation across Africa internationally as well. And it was good because it was a testament of the growth and the capacity that was currently being built in neuroscience in Ghana. So being able to convene people together is always a good approach. Okay. So now let's talk about public engagement. Now, when always thinking about why and how we do public engagement, a significant part is always to consider the audience. Now, I say a significant part is to consider the audience. That is to mean how we can build capacity in JHS students is not how we will build capacity in tertiary students. Okay, so that's what it means to consider always the audience, because if you engage in junior high students, the aim of it may be to encourage them to sort of pursue science-related fields in senior high. But if you engage in tertiary students, a focus may then be how they can better excel within the forensic science fields that they are studying, or better yet, how can they prepare themselves for postgraduate study, okay? So the audience always matters, okay? And of course, for each of us, we will have personal preferences about which audience really suits our style of engagement or the things that's most comfortable with, for us. And really, that's fine. You should always focus on what works best for you. So I'm going to give you examples of some things that we have done, not just in neurosciences, but across board over the last 10 years or so, in the hope that as you see what we've done, the outcomes that have come of it, you'll be able to see how that has built capacity and potentially see what can you adapt for your own purpose. So at a primary school level, we've done things like outreach days. This is things where we invite local students, like a local library, to do some activities. We've also done what was quite unique, which was a science book tour, where we had different science themed books. So notice I say science themed books and not necessarily textbooks. Okay. So we're talking about maybe science activity books or science stories. I had a previous presenter, for example, speak about an old Chinese book that really captured the early days of forensic science. And something like that can be really interesting depending on the students that you are engaging with, right? So consider junior high, sorry, at the primary level, these sort of activities. And really, to start with that, it's always important to connect with the school, ideally a head teacher. If you have a head teacher on the ground who's a believer in what you do, they are normally able to make sure that all the bureaucratic processes that are required of you to gain access into GES schools, for example, will be handled by them. Okay. Then also making sure that what you're doing aligns with their needs. So in forensic science, for example, a lot of the chemistry and biology principles could align with some of the basic chemistry they are learning in basic school, or even like organs of the body and things like that. So the more aligns, the easier it is for the head teachers to be able to justify why they are using teaching time for some form of engagement. Okay. And as you can see, we've had quite a good number of reach in terms of direct reach with students that have been engaged. So you're looking at if it's 300 direct over 6 events, then we see about 50 students that were engaged directly with each of these activities. And really that ensures that they get a good experiential learning, something that will then impact their decision-making and choices further on down the line. Right, at the junior high level, you'd want to do something a little bit more challenging. We've done projects that have involved creating audiovisual content for TV or taking advantage of project-based learning approaches where challenges are set for students to work on over a long period of time. And in so doing, they pick up certain skills and techniques and learn certain content which is related to their course. So think about, creating like a crime scene scenario and you give the students like 2 months to solve it. And they have to learn very basic principles of like fingerprinting. We just learned about the anthropomorphic measurements, right? To be able to identify people. These sort of activities are great because bringing students together then also means that element of competition ensures that they really are committed. So once again, to get started with something like this, you'd want to consider connecting with the head teachers, having the conversations about their needs, but really a lot of planning goes into it, a lot of planning, because then you'd have to consider what are you trying to achieve? What is the long-term goal? What content at junior high school can be tied into this challenge that has been set for them? And at the same time, how does this align to forensics? Okay, so it's a great idea. It's very time consuming, but as you can see, the reach was great. Think about this being the number of people that are now hearing something extra about forensic science. Okay. At the senior high level, Now you're looking to do stuff a little bit more practical, little more hands-on. There's an international biology Olympiad that we run, and there are similar Olympiads for chemistry. I do not know if there's one that's made more in line with a forensic study, but the idea is really preparing students both theoretically and practically for the sort of skills that they will be practicing at university and even in the line of work, so that it removes the ignorance, right? A lot of people don't know about forensic science and what it even entails and what skills they'll need to learn. But you do some of these activities to the senior high level and it removes that ignorance. But it also gives that confidence. You know, a number of studies have shown that when students are choosing courses of study, they will choose not only the ones that they like and gravitate towards, but also the ones that they believe they are strong in or they have the ability to be able to deliver. So you can imagine if they've engaged with some forensic science activity at the junior high and senior high level, and they see a forensic science course, it won't look so strange, it won't look unknown. This is another way to get them to be more interested in the field and, of course, work towards mastery in the area. So to do that, you know, once again, we're in the school system. So talking to head teachers, getting a plan that aligns with their needs. But, you know, you want to consider things to do with the National Science and Math Quiz, to do with the G-Step Challenge that's ongoing, or just organizing open day visits to your various institutions, okay? And this could be with your alma maters, wherever your senior high school you went to, organizing that. Once again, the whole aim is to demystify the science so that others can get involved. Okay. So our experience days, for example, with neuroscience really allows the students to start getting a bit of a feel. So whether it's handling brain tissue, carrying out some physiological tests, or just, you know, having demonstrations and discussions, okay? If you were to do this for the forensics, it'd be the same thing, right? Curating an experience where they can try some of the tenants, using microscopy to identify maybe hair strands, showing some of the grading systems to be able to differentiate like facial structures and bone structure and so on. And this would be great because, as many of you are aware, practical lessons aren't always the most exciting in our senior high schools. So this new element where they get to engage in something like this will definitely be memorable. So the added benefit to that is, having done this sort of work for a while, we recently published a work just to capture it. And this is great as well, because for those of you who are very keen on engaging in outreach, through this, you can build your own capacity in terms of telling the story of the forensic sciences in Ghana, capturing it well, and showing the world globally about what is being done to build capacity. When we did this over the years, we were able to invite various specialists, okay, to come and engage with the students. So remember right in the beginning, I showed a slide about various fields within the neuroscience, okay? So it's very something similar you can do with the forensic sciences, whether it's the various specialities or maybe even the intersections with areas like law enforcement and, of course, the legal systems, right? So having these people engage with the students and then also some practical. So this is just to capture the sort of thing we put together in this publication and just to showcase to you how that could potentially also be done for the forensic sciences in Ghana, the activities that you undertake to build capacity. So a number of things that we also learned, which is then determining next sort of like 5 years, how we approach these public engagements, is to really expose these students to more technical skills. Because from all the feedback, it appears as it was very critical to them building confidence. And I should say, over the years that we've done this, every year, maybe I meet 2 or 3 students who come to medical school and they say, oh, they attended one of these events that we've been doing. Yeah. So of course, I cannot say that it's because of our event that they decided to pursue medicine, which is like a prerequisite to do neuroscience. But the mere fact that they remember means I definitely contributed to their decision-making process. Okay. Rounding up in the next 3 slides also. Okay. So at the tertiary level, where some of you may currently be, really focused on the public engagement side that builds capacity of the people who are delivering these projects for the, let's say, the senior high and the primary and so on. And this way, it really gives opportunity to develop communication skills, technical skills, demonstration and teaching skills. And that can lead into a number of different things. So when you look at the public engagement, it shouldn't just be looked at in terms of building scientific literacy in the general public or raising awareness of the specific science field, but also an avenue to develop and grow certain skills and the overall capacity of the people that deliver these activities. Okay, the general public is the last bit where that really ends up being very broad. Whether it's doing open exhibitions, going into the public spaces, creating things that associations can get involved in, and really just community building. So getting people who are interested in forensic science to go into public spaces and create events and opportunities to then engage with the general public with some of these materials. So some very quick things what we've done. Creating online video content, doing radio shows, doing science festivals, right? Or even activity days for younger children to get them start thinking about that science and getting interested. And as I show all of this here, what you see these pictures below are all undergraduate students that carried out some public engagement activities, which of course now they can speak on is building their own capacity. But more importantly, is also then promoted the general science which they were interested in. So I left the slide here just to say, really the biggest enemy is you. Public engagement can go a long way to getting people more informed about the science area you're interested in, but also it's an avenue to show your own capacity and growth. And for me, I put this last slide here being that I undertook this sort of work for about 4 years, like primarily just doing this for about 4 years. But that network and that capacity that was built, fast forward a few years, is also feeding into my actual research. So it's not just about public engagement and talking to people about science, but you build a network and your own capacity, which then feeds directly into the science as well. Okay, so on that note, I'd like to thank you all very much for having me. It's really great, and it's an honor to be part of what is undoubtedly a historic moment for forensic science in Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kelly, for your presentation on capacity building through public engagement. Please, we move on to the question and answer session. If there is anyone having questions, kindly raise your hand, or better to type in the chat box.
Hello.
Hello, you're audible.
Doc, thank you for the insightful session. We are hoping to also learn from the steps you people took to make neuroscience, I like call it very interesting and also engaging within Ghana and across the region. Thank you for sharing some of your journey. I would like to talk about this thing. I know last month, this February, right, in January, there was this open day program where you had crime scene session for kids, which I fortunately was part of it. And upon sharing it, it had a lot of good reviews. People were kind of interested with the forensic science open session you made for the kids. And I remember at some point somebody even asked me, I think she may be even on this session, or maybe she might have logged out. She was asking what is the plan, what's the future plan in terms of like crime scene for kids? Was it just a 1 day or a one-time session, or you intend doing stuff like that for kids in the area of crime scene and forensics in the long run?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you for that question. So, it wasn't a one-off. Let's answer that part first. So the intention, of course, is to be able to build content out of it. What I mean by that is, this was a setup that was created for a certain age group and certain sort of like story built around it and resources. So this can be replicated in multiple places to then be able to reach a larger audience, but also being able to create other similar experiences that touch on various forensic science elements, but then not just the forensic science elements, a bit even beyond that. So we're currently in that phase of trial in it. So, for example, earlier on today, the team was in the same location doing something similar, but that was more focused on cardiovascular system and looking at how the heart functions and so on. So the idea behind this, what we're currently trying to do, is create very similar experience days around different themes. So almost like a baseline level around multiple themes, then build upon it for each. And then, of course, then we can make this available to other people who may want to then be able to follow this plan to do engagement activities in their own catchment areas, in their own places of influence. So yes, the idea is to extend it and grow it by following a very stepwise approach. Thank you.
Hello, are there any questions for our speaker or any contributions? Okay, if there are no other questions, then we will move ahead to end today's session. Thank you, Mr. Tego, for the presentation once again. To end today's session of the first Forensic Science International Conference, we would like to extend our profound gratitude to all the keynote speakers, the guest speakers, for honoring our invitation. Thank you, Chief Superintendent Mercy Adjopon, Professor Christian Peku Adoko, Dr. Lydia Kwanzaa, Ms. Doris A. Atom, Ms. Ruth, Ms. Deshen, Mr. Emmy, Mr. Ernest, Dr. Table, for honoring the invitation, and also to our participants and then audience. Thank you all for joining us. I can see Amufa Michael, Anutu, Ankita, Benjamin Adra, Desire, Elizabeth, Ernest, Evans, just to mention a few. It was great having everyone on board, and we look forward to seeing all of you for the final session tomorrow. This session will cover another set of insightful topics, such as okay, so some of the topics we'll be covering for tomorrow's sessions include building cyber forensic capacity in developing countries. Our speaker will be Abdul Mushin M. Sani. We also have establishing the identity of unified bodies via fingerprint analysis using scientific techniques. This will be presented by Kyutika Yu. And then we have Ayurvedic traditional medicine and toxicity, a critical appraisal, which will be presented by Anthony. You have cyber forensics in developing nations, challenges and opportunities. You have forensic toxicology, the science of poisonous world. You have multimedia forensics in developing regions. You also have interrogation and interviewing in criminal investigation. You have network forensics. You also have someone is here. I can see the shadows. We have from maggot to murder, how insects help solve crimes. And then also we have unveiling the truth, the role of digital forensic and cybersecurity in insurance fraud, which will be presented by Frank Fiadupe. We also have role of independence, role of independent forensic bodies in criminal justice system, presented by Said Sisi, sorry. We have forensic pathology. We have comparative analysis of DNA extraction methods for challenging bones sample, the insight into forensic application. Then finally, we have investigation and analysis of hunting cases, a forensic perspective, which will be presented by Lawrence Yin. I also like to thank all the organizers, for the organizing committee, and then the moderators of this session. We will kindly ask that if there is any suggestion or any contribution for today's session, you can text any of the organizers and then the moderators of this session. Thank you very much. Today's session has officially come to an end.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Mario.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. Can you drop your email for me?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, this is K.
Okay.
Yeah, Kakrawa.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Right.